4, 3, 2, let's go. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Open Qualifier of Operation Vaknan. I am Travi. That is Puffo Bob. Puffo, you were here for the Nordic qualifiers yesterday. Do you just want to give us a quick rundown of what exactly transpired? I'm going to throw you on the hot seat here. I know it was yesterday.
Yes.
It's a gap.
I mean, it was exciting. I mean, a lot of teams didn't get many opportunities because, of course, it was only 4 rounds of 1. But you know what? We have ourselves a couple of qualifiers, or rather, qualified teams. Four qualified teams will come through into the group stage happening next week today, and 4 went through yesterday. Today, we don't know who it's going to be. Yesterday was Naponan, Panahune, Valfard, and hold up, I'm going to have to like really load up my brain for this name. John Terry Esports Gaming Club. There we go. I actually locked it in. But those are the 4 teams that qualified yesterday. And Travi, we have 4 more to crown today.
4 more, that is indeed going to be the name of the game today. As what you folks have seen on the intermission screen, of course, we do have a variety of teams competing throughout today. And how this one is going to work in terms of disqualifier, well, it's going to be 4 rounds of best of ones. If you win all 4 of your best of ones, you get to qualify on towards the main event, which takes place next weekend and the weekend following. So no room for error here. You've only got this single qualifier and this single chance to make it all the way through. And Puffo, that's a dangerous game considering the caliber of teams we've got in our first match today.
Yeah, of course, it's a bit different to yesterday as well, because yesterday, right, it was not the same. It was round robin, meaning each team went against the other once at least. So, you know what, everyone had a bit of an opportunity. Not today. It's elims. You don't do it. You don't win your one match. You're gone. You're past it. There's no qualifications. Vaknan is gone for you. So, you know what? I think it's time we also introduced about the actual teams we're going to be watching inside this first game, because we picked quite an exciting matchup.
We did. We were scrolling through all the games, and you know, if you've been here for Open Qualifiers before, you know, sometimes the first rounds of games can be a lot of 7-0s, a lot of, you know, one-sided affairs. And then we saw this one here, match 26, that jumped out to us. 2 giants within our T2 circuit, Maestro Eska and, of course, Kokosi. So 2 really incredible sides with some really great players. They're both going to be probably expecting to make this tournament. But due to the nature of the bracket, due to the nature of the way things work, one of them is going to be knocked out at the first hurdle, and there are no second chances.
Yeah, normally these strong teams tend to go up against opponents that are not on the same wavelength of experience. So them being pitted up against each other is a pity, because we get to see them less, or at least one of them less. But at the same time, we get an exciting matchup. You know, it's a double-edged sword. And of course, I don't think we've seen Kokosi face Maestro Eska in a good while. And like you said, Maestro Eska, you know, they've been putting up amazing results recently. They're definitely one of the T2 teams to make it into the November T2 Grand Final. And I don't think Kokosi can be counted out for that either.
No, not at all. They're both really competitive teams, and they've actually played each other one time. Just did a quick fact check on Liquipedia just to see. It was a best of 1 actually a week or 2 ago in Voltage Series qualifier, one of our other T2 tournaments. You want to place a hand guess on who actually won that one, Puffo?
Maestro Eska.
No, it was Kokosi.
What?
7-4. That one was a victory over on Lair, but that is not going to be our map for today, of course. It is best of 1. Lair was left right until the last minute. It was one of the very final decider ones, but that wasn't where we ended up going, was it, Puffer? We've got a different map on the cards today.
Yes, we do. And you know, if my memory serves me correctly, it's going to be none other than Cafe Dostoevsky, considered a death box by many inside the competitive circuit. But while avoided by a lot of teams, these 2 teams, you know, they decided they're going to bring us something new. Because if any of you were there yesterday at my community cast, 5 of our 6 matches were layer, and I have had enough of layer. So I'm liking this new taste.
Indeed you are, and I'm liking what we've got on our hands. We've only got 4 games today, so we have to make sure every single one of them is a banger, and I don't think there's many better ways we can start the game, start the day than right here, right now. Maestro Eska versus Kokosi should be live on Lair, but I've clicked the wrong button somewhere, so
We're paying respect to our observer. By the way, you know, we are promoting our lovely observer, Unnamed, who is going to be doing all the observing for Travi and for a limited time for me today. So thank you to Unnamed, but even more so, thank you to the teams that are going to bring us the action. Travi, it's time we head to the bans.
It is indeed. Getting through the operator bans here, take it off the board nice and early. Azami, Ying, surprises, absolutely 0 of them here in this one. Both great operators here on Cafe Dostoevsky and Montaigne, and a Wamai to follow, the latter of which a bit newer, I think, a bit more prevalent lately due to those buffs, but still I think these bans are just playing it safe, playing it by the cards.
I think I'm actually quite sad to see the Wamai go, I'll be honest. Again, even though he has been very commonly banned, this is a map that works for him very, very well, especially because you're taking a look at the top floor, right? There's going to be a bunch of utility heading towards any player playing in piano as a defender, and if you want to keep that space, normally it's either Jaeger or Wamai to keep it occupied, and with Wamai now also having C4s and a deployable shield, he can be much more versatile on this upper floor. Either way, Travi, he's gone. Let's not talk about him. Let's actually take a look at the lovely lineup that Kokosi are showing us.
It's a lovely lineup. I quite like what I'm seeing off the back of them here. Reason being for it is indeed going to be just how anchor-centric it is. You're looking at these operators, right? You've got the Castle, the Mirror, the Iruni, all operators that signify Kokosi. They're going to want to play this one tight, and it's the challenge of this cocktail bomb floor site, Puffo, isn't it? Because you don't have a lot of options to move. You don't have that wiggle room. You've got to dig your feet in deep on your ground because you've got nowhere to run.
100%, and I mean, you take a look at the operator bans normally, the Mira would be instantly slowed down. She would be instantly suppressed in the first wave because, let's be honest, she is, I would argue, the most banned operator in Rainbow Six Siege as a whole, outside of competitive as well. But what mostly matters is that she is available right now, and Kokosi, they're not going to be holding back to pick her up.
No, they're not. They're going to be straight on towards her in this attack. They've got a modicum of utility to try and deal with these power positions there. You've got operators like the Snake, the Deimos, that can hunt, apply a lot of pressure with those pings, with that information on through. Make sure that Maestro Eska know exactly what they're walking in before they get there, and the drones to supplement it as well. As for this start to attack Cafe, it's going to be exactly what you're used to seeing. You're covering all of the run-outs because they're a dime a dozen here on Cafe. You can see Devil's already thinking about a challenge. A beautiful one-tap onto Denster to start things off, and he's gone.
Oh, that's nasty work. The Deimos of all operators, that has got to sting Maestro Eska, especially because there's a lot of soft surfaces on this upper floor, and the Deimos would have been a perfect operator to clear many operators, or rather defenders, out of their power positions. Sayonara. We're going to have to reposition Maestro Eska now, going for plan B. We see them opening up windows, which tend to be a poison on this upper floor. You have so many windows on Cocktail, on Heaven, on Piano, you name it. There's windows, and while Kokosi, they're going to have to be wary.
This is why these power positions are so important over here on Cafe, because while you've got so many sightlines on towards you, if you can entrench yourself in one of these strong spots, you're going to do very well for yourself to be in an opposition to find some kills. For now, though, it's just slow and steady pacing here. Maestro Eska searching around, fishing to really see if they can recover this one, equalise things out at 4v4, because we're halfway through the round, Puffer, and I don't really think they've achieved what they want to yet.
No, there hasn't been a large move. Again, they've maybe put on a bit of a shadow presence towards the midst of the minds of the defenders, but beyond that, it's been very calm collecting, and honestly, the confidence has even been boosted. Devils has secured himself a second run out onto Evan, and with that, Travi, both the roam clearage operators are gone! Allard with another swing, and it seems like Kokosi, they're starting to crumble Maestro Eska down.
Maestro Eska just panicking right now. They're barely able to get a foot inside the building before they're sent right out of it. And well, we've got 60 seconds on the clock. Mateen in a 1v5. I think this one's done. They know exactly where he is. Heard him drop the hatch. And while he's going to see the feet of the Mirror here, trying to open up the castle barricade. It's a little slap on the toe for Reap. It's Devils from a long angle there. 3K in the round. Get the job done. And Kokosi off to a flawless start.
Flawless start. You know what? I am always down to be proven wrong. When I said so confidently that Maestro Eska beat them in their previous matchup on Voltage League, I was happy to get shut up. And Kokosi, they not only shut me up inside this round, but they shut down Maestro Eska even more so. Look at the confidence. The one tap from Devils onto Denster on this opening that you called out earlier. Just take a moment to appreciate the calmness in his trigger finger. Pop it, he's gone. And just like that, Kokosi off to a good lead within the first minute.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Disaster of a round for Maestro Eska. Now they need to slow down, recover themselves, and just go from there. You're going down towards Kitchen. Now, it's a different bomb site with a lot of different challenges, whereas we said before, the top floor, it's this very hardened and fortified cocoon you've got to clear. And now it's a different game for this offense. It's space you've got to grab yourself, isn't it? You've got to clear all the way through the map, top down to middle floor, all the way through to bottom. It's a lot to do. Time management is going to be key.
Yeah, time management, but what I would also love to see from Kokosi is potential information. Now,
10 seconds
while they do
remaining.
bring the FNATs on the Fenrir, I don't think that's enough. Normally, we're also used to seeing
5
Valkyries
seconds
or
left.
Echoes Yokai, especially because he now has 3 in his pocket. They tend to be quite common because, again, once the attackers start approaching the site on a horizontal level, you're pinched and you need to take some of these gunfights to actually alleviate yourself from all that pressure. Whatever the case, though, it's only 1 round for Kokosi, and Maestro Eska, they still have plenty of opportunities to strike back. But this round, Travi, they're going to bring a new lineup and some new operators. You know, since Kokosi, they're not playing the Warden, why not the Blitz? Why not the Glass?
It gives you an opportunity to go fast if you need to. If you spot a gap, then it's an operator like the Blitz can immediately charge in, take that space quite dominantly, and open up the round wide open for Maestro Eska and get an advantage, get a big kill back. Exactly something that they lacked there in round number 1. For now, it's just this slow, steady start again from Maestro Eska, just probing, trying to find that gap that they're going to be searching for. And then you see Evan right there on the bakery door. As soon as he's got the go signal, he's going to be sent on in. But first, they need to find a way to dislodge Hela.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult. But again, you know, Kokosi, as much as they've put a lot of their pressure towards this Christmas side, right now, Maestro Eska, I'm starting to sense a bit of similarity to the previous rounds. There isn't much of a move being made. They're being stalled. The Goyo Cancer is going to deny Meeting of going in, but not Evan. He steps into the fire. The glass follows. Everyone's just dying. Allard has stacked his smoke babes on top, and it is calamity on this kitchen side. Maestro Eska have lost so much. Kokosi may be a bit themselves, but I mean, in the end, the attackers don't really get anywhere with this push.
No, they get nowhere with it. You've got Evan cornered inside a bakery now, but he's on a sliver of HP. 1 impact from Devil's, whiff of a toxic babe from Allred, and the job's done for him. It's going to be an absolute disaster there for this Blitz to get anything going, which then puts the pressure on Denster, who's making a slow lurk through red stairs on the other side of the map. Question is, can he get there in time to support his teammate? No, he's going to go down, and the Solid Snake, 1 versus 3, down towards red stairs. Shots into sight, positions given away, and Kokosi can just lock this bottom floor down.
This is scary. I'm honestly quite shocked. Maestro Eska, you know, I respect them for the high tier they tend to bring to competition, but overall, this was this was not it, okay? Now it's going to be down to a last man standing. Denster has pulled miracles in the past, but sadly in the present, not so much when he stood up against 4 players. And yeah, this replay, I think it's a perfect show of just what went wrong. They did not respect the Goyo Campsters. They did not respect Allard and his smokes, and, well, they paid the price dividendly. 3 players gone in an instant. Their most important aspect of the team as well, mating, the glass, the execution operator just ripped away from them. And Kokosi, in all honesty, all they needed to do was simply just hold their defaults.
Yeah, it was a really simple round for Kokosi, and it almost feels like it's being handed in onto a silver platter just a little bit here. They're not really having to challenge too much. I don't think they're having to do anything crazy to get away with these rounds that they've got so far. It's a really, really comfortable 2-0 lead. Maestro Eska, they've got 2 kills across 2 rounds. It's the tertiary bomb site round now, and it's dire. Things need to change for this offense, or otherwise, you're already standing down the barrel of elimination.
Yeah, that is the scary part.
Right,
best of ones. I mean, best of ones in a round robin or something else. Best of ones in a single Elon? No, thank you. I'm gone. I mean, Kokosi, they might be happy. I'm imagining their star right now is just glimmering. They're confident. Maestro Eska, in the meanwhile, are going to need to pick themselves up. Consider this map defender or attacker sided. I could not care less. Both of these teams know exactly what they must do. And Maestro Eska, I don't feel like they're playing it by the book.
No, and it's the opposite, because Kokosi, they're playing everything by the book. Vanilla Siege at its perfect, at its most finest, and it's why we see in T1 teams like FaZe do so well for themselves. Devils, please don't shoot your teammates' drones. They've been hacked. You can see Allred there. I mean, I'm guilty. Hand on heart, I do it all the time myself as well, but you know.
Are you the one who's been shooting out my drones, Travi?
No. I don't know what you're on about.
I might need to contact my elo. This is incredible. Throwing my elo. No jokes. Actually, Travi, we're gonna hit ranked one day. We're gonna play some ranked one day.
We're gonna hit ranked and win it.
I'm gonna get you into gold or silver at least. I promise
you. I'm just saying I'm gold 2 already. You ain't got much room to go.
Then platinum.
Thank you. I'm gonna get you out of copper.
Oh yeah, let's go! Murat's with a shotgun pulse, not commonly spotted, but on a map like this, he can do wonders. We do see Denster. He's holding him down, pinched in that train side, but again, there's still Maestroeska needing to clear this upper floor, and well, there's going to be a lot that they're going to need to plow through. There's not only utility, but what, 2-3 players that they're going to have to dash through, and it seems like the attackers are ready to get on the move.
They're pushing in towards this top floor here, but Allred's met them at the forefront there. He is traded out, though, immediately, leaving Reap, the only man standing left on this third floor, alongside Heladir, to try and capitalise. But Maestroeska, again, in a man disadvantage. Not with the picks they want to find themselves. Denster's going to go down. Reaps pushes up further, and it's just gone to hell yet again for Maestroeska. Mateen in a corner, potted out, believed by the pulse there, who's raining shotgun pellets to him. He's not sure where to look. It's all gone to hell. And Kokosi, yet again, just dominance.
I want to say dominance, but I feel like it's just Maestroeska potentially not waking up. And again, I do believe that Maestroeska are better. They can be better. They can put in better results. And it's not to say that Kokosi are a bad team. Again, they've beaten them in the past. 7-4 on a map like Claire is dominant results against one of the best tier 2 EMEA teams. Whatever the case, though, Maestroeska, these past 2 rounds, they've been large gambits into a one-dimensional push. As we saw, bottom floor, they went into a bunch of utility and died. Top floor, they went into Cigar Lounge. They died. It just should be a bit more orchestrated because I feel like as a, oh, hello.
The replays aren't working. I don't know what's going on.
I got so scared. I thought I was left alone in the void, but no, in general, again, just look at them. They're all going into a fully stacked Kokosi, and in a map like Cafe Dostoevsky that offers you so much more, you should try to take advantage of it. Again, windows, utility, anything. Kokosi are just swinging and killing.
It's brutal right now here on the side of Maestroeska. Kokosi, you know, they're a Russian team, and on the map set in the country itself here, they feel right at home on it. Runouts, aggression, it's the volatility of this team that just continue to dominate here over the side of Maestroeska. So 3-0 down here. They've had a little bit of an extended break in between rounds there due to the additional operator bans coming in. Nomad and the castle removed. Yet again, I think that's just a response to really what we've been seeing inside of the server so far. Now, though, for Maestroeska, plans have got to change. They're changing their approach up towards the top floor here, and let's see what they can do.
Let's see what they can do. We talked about that Valkyrie, now brought in the hands of Allard, and once more, Maestroeska. What's going to be the response? We might wonder. Hopefully, maybe something that's going to get them around, right? At least 2 rounds on the attack to have somewhat of a feasible second half, but of course, that's us looking into the future. We get that glass back. At the same time, a lot of utility. There we go. Since the Wamai is banned, at least try and counter the fact that Kokosi can't use him. Bring out the Capitals, the Grims, the Smokes. In the meanwhile, though, I like that they got rid of the Deimos. They're not going to try and approach this vertically. They're going to play off the windows. They're going to play with what they have. And instead, you know what? Even if they need to get rid of that bottom floor, Evan can do the job just fine himself.
One thing Maestroeska need to be really careful for inside of this round is the spawn peaks, it's the early kills here. You can already see the aggressive angles from someone like Allred, and then opening up above from Murat's means that if the Valkyrie goes down, there's a trade available to be made there. Kokosi, they're banking on these aggressive plays, setting up sight around them, and it's what makes them so scary to play against right now. But a good use of the frag grenade dislodges Devils, and with Reap going down, Maestroeska can hop on in for the first time this game. They've got the entry. Now let's see how they do with it.
Yeah, look at the top white side. Evan's going to find Murat. It's all going haywire for Kokosi, who are trying to fight back, but overwhelmed in numbers. Evan with his second, a C4 below by Allard, trying to respond, and that response works for 1. But again, the defenders are so far behind. Allard and Devils both shut down on a site below. A run out by the Valkyrie just to kick Maestroeska, but that reveals the final player as the plant is going down. And with nothing established for this poor Valkyrie player, all they can do is hope that ones are passed down to them, going nicely towards white, but someone's waiting around the corner, and you're looking in the right direction. Maton is going to finish the job, and the first round for Maestroeska will be there.
That's what we've been waiting to see from the side of Maestroeska there. Just finally, that quick, decisive attacking force that I know this team are capable of. And the thing that really set them apart there was the team play. You look, one player gets the opening kill, and then suddenly everyone's in the right places to advance to the next stage of that attack. They're working in phases so far, and when plan goes well and they get that opening, they've just demonstrated right there that they do have the capability to be able to run over these Kokosi defenses. Now, though, it's going to be, like you said, Puffo, can they get that all-important second round? It's a 4-2 split. I'd argue that's perfectly fine for Maestro Esker right now. Kokosi, though, back onto this bottom floor, and you remember it last time, it was that flawless.
I don't think this is a round that you can mess up the same way as Maestro Esker did earlier. So, you know what? They're going to have a chance to test the waters. And as we can see, their lineup is changing. With that, the strategy will as well. Just by Mateen going onto the Ram, you know, Maestro Esker will try and play off of the verticality, which is the usual approach to this site. And of course, the Dokkaebi, which is going to be quite a mess. I mean, I'm surprised we didn't get to see the Dokkaebi demos or any of the roam clearage operators banned by Kokosi. It seems like they would rather focus on shields, the Ying, and Nomad, which is fine. Again, it's team dependent, but overall, you know, a different round from Maestro Esker, and maybe Kokosi won't be ready for it.
No, this is the thing. Maestro Esker have been very direct throughout every single attacking round we've seen from them so far. They go for the bomb site. They don't really play for much else. That map control that I said was very important on this bottom floor, they didn't even bother with it last time. But like you said, now the introduction of the Ram, you've got the Twitch and the Solid Snake as well to get that information. You have the time, you have the utility to clear the map and then work with that clearage and that control that you've earned yourself for now, though. And you can send yourself deep in towards the objective, get some utility, pop some of those Vulcan canisters here, just making things easy. But then start early engagement here towards Christmas Tree will be slapped away, taken on through. Mateen hopping in, goes in early, he spots one, and despite the blindness is able to connect the second. Won't quite get the confirmation, but it doesn't matter because Maestro Esker, they're on a roll right now, all down to one for Kokosi. And poor old Maratz is probably scratching his head going, where the hell has his team gone?
I mean, that's one way to use the Randrum. I was silly me thinking that they're going to go for verticality, but no, they're rather going to chuck it through a window to get an instant vault into setup FNATs that do not stop anyone in all reality, and everyone just kind of sat down and kind of pinched the defenders somehow once more. Honestly, when I said Kokosi weren't ready for it, I guess we weren't either. But Maestro Esker, they secure their second round, and it's in a similar fashion like it was attempted previously, but this time, you know, there was a bit more preparation. As we saw the Twitch drone getting rid of those Goyo canisters, everyone droning, being ready and informed.
And what do you do now? Maestro Esker, I mean, this is a new breath of light we've gone from the quarter half bans to where we are now, where it looked hopeless for Maestro Esker. The tables, it's entirely on its head. Maestro Esker have found themselves. Maybe they just needed a warm-up. It's first day, first match for them. You know, they've not had a chance to play in any of the other qualifier yesterday. So they're going in, first comp match of the weekend. It just takes them a few rounds to warm into it. And now it's a new light and a new dawn for this team. Kokosi, for the first time so far this half, returning, doubling down on an objective because they don't want to try the tertiary. They don't want to try the secondary yet again. They're going back towards this top floor. They think it's their best chance. Is it going to be, though? I don't know. Maestro Esker seemed to have a really good read on it last time.
Yeah, they had a perfect read, and again, their playstyle is so unpredictable. One moment they're rushing, the next moment they're in your sight, and of course Kokosi can get ready for it as much as they want. Now they have the proper utility. Again, Devil's being put on that Thorn, you have the mirror window to back you up. I just feel like in general, Maestro Esker just found these small nooks and crannies inside of Kokosi's defense, and somehow snuck into it. Either way though, it's a new round, but also the last one of this first half, so Kokosi, take this defense for granted while you still can before Maestro Esker start showing a bit more dominance. And early entry, Denster already making a showing. He damages Allard, receives the same amount, but both players walk out alive.
I'm loving the early aggression inside of this matchup. I feel like every single round we've had an attempted spawn peek or early engagement like that from someone on Kokosi, and there's always been some blood shed. Not always into a kill like this round, but there's always been a bit of damage done, and I think it's just keeping both teams really on their toes, knowing that at any moment around the corner there's a kill waiting to be had, as Evan will just rightly prove there. takes down Devils, hits him with the question mark in chat. Did he try and stick his head out that window? Surely not doing that 50 seconds into the round. Oh,
wow, that is unfortunate.
That's a shot.
I mean, Devils is gone. Devils has left the field. Kokosi now player down. Devils' utility will remain to potentially go for a bit of vengeance later. Good fireball to deal a bit of damage Maratz's way. Reap goes down. I wonder where matters not. Tazi gonna chuck a nade to finish the job off. And once more, Maestro Esker, although they do find an early lead, this is completely different from when we've seen them each and every round up until now. They're actually being slow and cautious, and while Kokosi are the ones swinging into them.
This is like round one. Maestro Esker are just waiting outside the building, though. But this time, and Kokosi are feeding themselves in, and there, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Hela goes down. Allred left to make a retake up here. He will find one, but he's given the game away, and Evan just swings back out, finds his third in the round, gets the Valkyrie, all up to the two-brow now, and he's got nowhere left to go. Maestro Esker, a game of crossfires, a game of covering your teammates back, playing it as a unit, and with it, they'll walk away with an even split.
3 rounds parted between the two teams, or rather 6 split between the two for an even half. And now Maestro Eska heading to what is a bit more of a comfortable second half, as it will be Kokosi who need to be proactive on the attack. Looking forward to seeing the bans, but mostly also the play styles, because again, Maestro Eska, one moment they were a bit more calm, waiting for Kokosi and wasting time. The next second they were rushing. Kokosi, on the other hand, as much as I don't tend to ask for these types of things, I hope they play it a bit more by default. I'm always a fan of nuance, Travi, but Maestro Eska, they did a bit too much.
It's getting a bit fancy for an open qualifier. Normally, when we're sitting in these open quals, these teams play so default. They just, go by what you're used to seeing every single round, time and time again. It's why we see so much things like Clubhouse, those kind of maps where you don't have to reinvent the wheel each time. But here on Cafe, both these teams are just throwing everything they've got against each other, because I think they do recognise, Puffo, despite it being the first game of the day, this is an incredibly important one and probably will be one of their most difficult.
One of their most difficult, but one of these teams last. And not only last games today, but keep in mind, everyone new who's coming into the stream, this is the last qualifier. Next week, or rather next weekend to be better put, there's going to be already the group stages, and then after that, playoffs. So, Kokosi and Maestro Eska, one of these two teams will not make it into Operation Vaknan.
It's true. That's big, and I'm looking at the portion of the bracket that these teams are in, and right now, if we're looking at who's competitive in the T2 circuit, not to really take away from the other teams there, but the only other one is Good Intentions, which will be your last game of the day if the bracket goes the way that Paper would expect it to. So really, you've got this first game that's important. You might have, on paper, some easier games, but that's not to let you get complacent, and then that final game of the day is going to be the big one there. So there's going to be some really important matches to be played for these guys, and this is going to be one of them. Hence why I think we're seeing so much being put into this cafe.
Yeah, there's no testing the waters with a team that has less experience. Both of these need to respect each other, and well, now heading into the second half, it seems like Kokosi, they're going to go by it a bit more default. They're bringing out the Nomad, which wasn't banned. Speaking of which, Maestro Eska, similar bans, they get rid of the Monty, and instead of the Nomad, they remove the Solid Snake, reasonably so. Again, it's down to team comfort. As for the defense, though, again, the Denari, we saw him upstairs. That setup upstairs was quite neat. I did like it. I was a big fan of it.
It's so great to see these operators getting used, and just that amount of utility you can get there from that Denari. You can cover so much ground with those trip connectors alone. And look, Tazzy's still got 2 of them in pocket, Buffo. He could do more with them should he chose to, but my eyes are really on Shinka this round. He's had a bit of a quiet game so far, playing underneath on the pulse. I think Kokosi have a rough idea he's there, but they're not quite sure how to deal with him because the Solid Snake's banned. They don't have a Deimos. They've got nothing to really dislodge him.
Oh, well, Dunster, he's going to get dislodged. It's thankfully not the pulse, but Allard, he was waiting patiently, and again, Maestro Eska's aggression has not heated down from the previous couple of rounds. Now, Kokosi, this might be that initiative charge that they felt, the surge that needs to send them forward. Maratz is making holes inside of potentially what could lead them to victory. Of course, there's operators on opposite side of the walls, and of course, the defenders, while they have advanced and extended themselves upstairs, it's going to be a difficult hold considering there's a Blackbeard on the opposite end. Evan on his 6 covered by an attacker, and Tazzy trying to find retaliation. A double swing, both lined up perfectly in equilibrium for the man count on the side of Maestro Eska, and this is the perfect moment for the defenders to set back, go to their site, and now waste time.
There is no way in hell the defense should be getting away with a pick like that. They've got a 3v3 situation now, which is perfectly workable for themselves there. Sure, a lot of their utility has been expanded, but look at the positions here. They've got most of this second floor still under control. Mateen and Shinka separated. Tazzy down underneath in a position where he can quickly run up a staircase and come where he's needed. Kokosi, they've got 50 seconds left to try and work this vertical, but the sledge is down, meaning you're all up to the super shorty here of Reap, and options for Kokosi, limited by the second.
Taking away, both these teams somewhat lost. The defenders not knowing where the execution is going to go down. Mateen unaware of Devils right on his 6. Another falling now. Maestroesca very limited man count wise, but also gun wise, as the attackers are starting to slowly settle down, yet still unsure of where they're going to do it. I mean, Travi, they're really starting to edge time with this one. 15 seconds. They're ready to drop this hatch. Shinka is waiting for it with that Reaper in hand. Keep in mind, though, although he deals a slap on the wrist to Devils, he's instantly going to get shut down. The Grim Reaper stands up. Tazzy with another double! Now just running away for the hills, wanting to secure time. The 6th defender working with him, and Halep unable to catch up. Unbelievable that Tazzy has gotten away with such a robbery.
That is the beauty of a lurk player like Tazzy, someone who has just got your back regardless of the circumstances there. Rest of the team falls around him, he's cool as a cucumber, gets away with what was essentially a quad kill and then the clutch up for the ace in that round. A beautiful play there from Tazzy, showcasing the experience and the discipline that he's built during his time in the Challenger circuit here in EML. Perfect play. You cannot ask for any better there. And Kokosi, they're going to feel robbed with that one. That should have been their round, but Maestroesca, like always, they found the gap and took full advantage.
What I'm most concerned about is that not only did Tazzy get away with it in the very end stage, he did it once before as well on the upper floor. When Maestroesca descended, or rather when Kokosi descended down onto the side on that upper floor, they got themselves such a great lead. They found 2 great players. Yet again, though, they didn't clear Tazzy, and it cost them those 2 players right back. That exact same thing reoccurred towards the end of the game in the last couple of seconds. The last second you would want it to happen once more. Look at Tazzy. This pre-fire is just perfect. Allard during reload. Murat's not paying attention. He can retreat back downstairs and just smuts. This is what separates a good tier 2 team and a normal tier 2 team, because a small mistake being this hugely exposed, a good tier 2 team is going to turn it into a round.
It's the thing I love most about watching Maestroesca. They're so good at finding these gaps, at being able to find these little slips, these little cracks, and they're able to make a tiny little crack look like a big gaping hole. It's some of my favourite Siege to watch, to be honest, from these lads. I've really fallen in love with them since this roster's come together. And I think now you can firmly say, Kokosi, they're on the back foot. They need to be the ones to try and make some magic happen, because a 5-3, it's daunting. You're 2 rounds away from being knocked out. You're running low on time here to really turn this game back into your favour.
Maestroesca now bringing out both Evan and Denser to not only keep live track of heartbeats, which no operator can escape, but at the same time, Denster on that Solus. Evan, speaking of the Devil, will get eliminated. Too close for comfort on that white stairs window, and Hella takes the opportunity to get rid of, once more, another powerful asset. This time around, though, Kokosi, I hope you can keep the consistency of this man count, because we saw what happened previously.
Alright, he's in Cigar, as you can see. Bit cornered out by all of the utility here, being stalled out. Maestroesca just looking to play a clock game right now. Burn down this time, really try and waste what Kokosi have to. So they're to do what they did last round, a last-minute Hail Mary in towards the objective. That is very difficult to pull off for themselves here, but they're going to do what Maestroesca did to them on the final round and a half. Stay away, stay it slow, and just pick away from them piece by piece, slowly peel away the layers. It's a 3v5 for Maestroesca, and unless they can find a pick back, they're going to struggle to close this round through.
Reminiscing to the previous round, although this time Tazzy did not walk away with bloody murder, so Kokosi keep themselves at that lead, hopefully staying there in the meanwhile. And with the Sledge now available, the Super Shorty isn't going to need to ring out, which would, in the grand scheme of things, end up wasting time. This also gives a perfect opportunity to pop utility. Denser, where are we running? There's an operator right ahead of you. Allard verticality raining down on another defender, and Kokosi now just waiting for Maestroesca to crumble under all this pressure, and mostly the man count.
This difficult man count to bring it back now. You're in this 2 versus 5, and Mateen, C4's been burnt, his teammate's dead. Options are effectively null short of a miracle here for this final standing Kaid. He will get Devils on through, but as soon as he shoots, the rest of Kokosi swarm around him, confirm the picks, and get the job done. They'll find the round there, keep this game nice, tight, and close with 4-4, Puffo. Could you ask for anything better to start our afternoon?
Nope, it's the first round, and as much as it brings sadness to my heart to see at least one of these two teams go for today, you know what? We're still having a lot of fun here, and it's good competition, especially compared to other teams. Again, not to discredit, this is the most experience we're going to see, or at least one of the closest matchup of today, without a doubt. So Kokosi, Maestreska, now they're fighting for the lead, but we've already built that blueprint of the teams actually setting themselves into the match and getting used to each other's playstyles. Travi, now these two are starting to approach match point.
Yeah, they've settled in now to this qualifier. They've settled into each other. This is where the game starts to get serious and the good get separated from the great. What I want to see right now for Maestreska, Denster, Shinka, phenomenal players but have had a bit quiet games. On the flip side, Kokosi, everyone is pulling their weight. Sure, you've got to give a lot of credit to Ulrich being the sole player on double digits in the lobby right now, but everyone is doing a solid job. Everyone is pretty much positive. Meanwhile, for Maestreska, you've got 3 players doing a lot of the lifting, 2 lacking behind. They're going to need to change that, I think, if they want to take this game.
Yeah, and of course, many might argue saying, oh yeah, you know, Siege isn't all about kills. Siege in its core is an FPS, and Denster and Shinka, they've had themselves many 1v1 opportunities that they were not able to find success from, which also ended up leaving their team in a bit of a disadvantage. So of course, you want those kills to be still shown on their kill feeds. You want them to be able to pull their own weight and take some of these gunfights for their own. However, we're heading into this next round, so hopefully they're going to be able to present us with such action in the following minutes. Whatever the case though, Kokosi, now they're going to go according to their operators. We see them trying with... Oh my goodness! Denster scanning Reap, locking him down, chucking a C4, and it's successful. First, even damaging Devils as he exits back to site.
He's done his job as the Pulse. He can get away now, and like you say, Puffo, he's back in the objective, as are most of Maestreska. They don't need to bother with the second floor anymore. They don't need to bother with anything, and what scares me, you've lost the gridlock. Who have we seen so far this game go lights out performance on these backstabs, on these flanks? It's Tazzy. He's on the board. One of the best guns in the game. And now he's essentially got free reign to go on a flank whenever he wants. If I'm Kokosi, I'm shaking.
I'm shaking, shivering in me timbers, laddie, because right now, Tazzy, not only is he ready to become a DMR merchant confirmed, but at the same time, like you say, there's no Nomad. There's nothing really holding him back besides the gunfights he's going after. But you know what? Kokosi, they remain calm, collected. They're going to continue their strategy. They drone things out, start approaching this freezer breach. In the meanwhile, though, we also set Allard in front, so he can potentially try and clear some of these players. A couple of shots ringing out, but for now, again, Kokosi, you just want to try and equalize out the man count, at least find some sort of leverage for your own, because currently, as much as you have advanced towards this vertical push, besides that, not much has been garnered yet.
And the hold here from Maestreska, I love this. It's a phantom hold. No one's inside of the objective. You're forced out of the site by the vertical, so you're playing around it. That does give a window in for Ulrich to find his first pick, but you can see it immediately. Evans holding down the long angle, holding down the corridor, and it's a tough sell to try and push beyond that TCG here, considering that Shinka did indeed get a shot off. Ulrich's low, and one whiff from that shotgun. He's done and dusted. For now, though, an aggressive push from Denster. He just gives himself away there. Unfortunate. The utility dump coming on through here for Kokosi. They're looking to try and gain some ground. They know about the one cornered in VIP. Maritz goes down. A stalemate emerges, looking for someone to break it.
Down but not out. Mateen falls, and so does Evan, walking into Allard. Devils with a coup de grace. Kokosi, an instant strike to finish off the round, keep themselves in the lead. Now 1 round away from match point. That was a dangerous ending, but once more, keep in mind, Kokosi, they were off to a really bad beginning, losing their opening pick. First blood for Maestreska, but I feel like they got a bit too ahead of themselves, especially Denster. You know, we can respect the fact that he got that C4 kill. That was amazing. All lights shined onto him, but then he went to challenge a long-range angle with a Reaper against a DMR. Are we being for real right now?
Are we being serial right now? We are indeed being serial right now. The thing is, though, right, and this is what scares me a little while ago, Kokosi, they were 3-0 up in this series, Puffo. Maestreska had nothing to their name. And Kokosi, round 4, they play overconfident. They give themselves away. And that ends up being a round that turns this matchup from a dominant Kokosi side to a close and competitive series. We've just seen the inverse from Maestreska. They're getting an advantage. They're looking really, really good. And then they give themselves away, get way too overconfident, sailed around effectively. And Kokosi now have the lead, and if they can build from that momentum, like you say, we're now within touching distance of match point. There's no more buffer.
There's no more buffer, and if Maestro Eska want to escape the fate that has once haunted them from that previous Voltage League matchup, they're going to need to change things, and they're going to need to do it right now, because Kokosi, they win 2 more rounds, and it's another 7-4. It's just a repeat of what happened last time on Layer. We don't want that. And Maestro Eska, again, they've shown us that they can get the early lead. They can keep themselves maintained, but it's just once that clock starts ticking away, it feels like they get more aggressive as time goes on.
They do, indeed. They're just going to keep on going and keep dialing up the pressure here, because that's eventually where some of these players, you might start to notice the seams just become that little bit more obvious here, and you can find a way to take advantage of it for themselves. Now, mid-floor site here coming on through for Maestro Eska. Extension towards the top, as you would expect to see. Continuing the lovely Denari masterclass from Tazzy, as he just turns this top floor into a trip mine hazard of mazes, of lasers, and impossible stuff to go through here. But that really punishes the shield and the quick aggression that Kokosi like to bring.
Call Tazzy the jigsaw, the way he sets up this upper floor. It's actually quite scary. I would not want to be an attacker on the receiving end. But now Kokosi, again, they're working for match point. Maestro Eska on the denial. Current droning coming through. We see that there's a big setup up here, and it's going to be down to the attackers how they deny it. Potentially a player on that white window has always tend to work out for the attackers, so hopefully someone's going to be set aside there. Maybe even on the cocktail windows. Again, you want to deny as many rotations and then send your shield forward unless he's gone. Evan has somehow another miraculous C4 has appeared for Maestro Eska as the first kill, and this time around is the Blackbeard on the receiving end.
It's probably the worst operator you can lose right now if you're this attack. It's that tip of your spear. It's the first man in. The safety net that you can hide behind in a corridor. He's now gone. He's now left, and you can see it. Kokosi, they're having to send a gridlock in here on the entry, and while the F90, it's a formidable weapon, the frag grenades are burnt. You've not really got much to dislodge here, and you can see it in Maestro Eska. They're happy to take this fight. They feel favoured in it, holding the long angles here with the DMRs, the slug shotties. They're just going to wait. They're just going to bide their time on through, and when Kokosi push forwards, Maestro Eska ready to strike.
Evan, the man of the hour, Maestro Eska's top gun right now, finding himself 9 kills within this match and looking for many more. Tazzy taking a bit of damage, spotted in the meanwhile. Devil is looking to take that opportunity, and so he will, but it does not go well. There's bloodbath happening all around the map. Devil's finally finishing what he sought out to do. Denster picking off Reap from below, but in the end, Maestro Eska still walk out as the winners, yet keeping an operator above. Evan spotting the drone, does not want to risk challenging a potential 1v1, so he's going to hop down, go to the bottom floor, and leave the rest to his 2 teammates on site. As for Kokosi, look at the damage they've taken.
Yeah.
This is almost unrecoverable.
This is it. You're looking at what weapons the defenders have. Evan in his back pocket, the C75. Denster as a primary, the P10 Roni. High rate of fire, low damage weapons, but you don't give a damn about the damage right now. You've got that rate of fire, meaning that what you can do is just spray through a wall, and if one stray bullet catches the pinky toe of Aurad or Devils, they're sent to the grave. They're done out of this round. So with 15 seconds left to go, no utility in back pocket. They've got to hit their shots perfectly here, Kokosi. It's headshots or nothing. Maestro Eska are holding the crosses as they're meant to. Devils will go down. Aurad's all that's left standing, and he's finished off. Maestro Eska keep this game going. All 12 rounds of regulation will be required, and nothing to separate these two teams.
Are we saying this is going to be the big 15? Are we going to have ourselves a round 1 full OT potentially? Yes, please. We would be very grateful for it. Pretty pleased with a cherry on top. And, you know, Kokosi, again, they struggled inside the previous couple of rounds, but this one shined brightest for Maestro Eska. Honestly, really good play upstairs, even under all the pressure. I like that Kokosi, you know, they sent it full throttle. They knew they had a good prep on this upper floor, so they just decided to start chucking bodies. Of course you want to. Everyone played together, but in all of that pressure, in all of that discombobulation, if you may, Maestro Eska were the ones who actually were able to bounce back, to reconsider themselves. The C4 from below also helped out to kind of give themselves the advantage, tip that scale in their favor. Whatever the case, though, it's 5-5. It has been a cat and mouse game ever since the second half began, because we take a look at the first half, right? 3 rounds to Kokosi, 3 rounds to Maestro Eska. Going into the second half, it has been 1 for each.
Yeah, it's been back and forth so much more here in this second half. And, well, the first half, it was a game of 2 halves within the half. This time, it's just that tug of war back and forth, and you can't really separate it. But now you're at this critical point in the game where one team gets an opportunity to finish in regulation, the other right on the edge of the danger zone after this round. It's thin ice for these two sides right now, and they're going to have to be very cautious on how they play these rounds. But equally, you can't let that caution turn into fear, because fear will turn into something that your opponents will seek to use against you here. Kosi bringing the IQ towards the board this time, trying to spot out so much of the utility, you know, without that Valkyrie being brought to the lineup, then still using the drones. IQ, perfect counter for it.
I'm a fan of how valuable the Mozzie has been so far, and he's going to look to also hunt down a pre-placed drone to hack it, meaning you gain 3 extra cameras for the defense while removing 3 drones from Kokosi. This is quite huge, although while Denster's attention is going to be paid elsewhere, we take a look at the upstairs here. Rats nicely breaking a barrier into Piano, as in the meanwhile, Maestroesca pivoting their focus towards it, but Devils on scouting duty, setting himself on that drone, scouting 2 players, Reap on the skylight, hopefully catching anyone. We do see a player laying down right beneath it, which we've seen how many C4s have been successful. Hopefully, for the like of Maestroesca, another one could come by.
Yeah, Mateen is in such a golden position right now. I think if he gets droned out, he's a goner, he's done for. But if he doesn't, and he's able to find a kill or 2 out of that position, it could instantly be the catalyst that Maestroesca need to get this round up to a perfect success. Kokosi, they can't move right now up on the top floor, so instead, attention's going to divert towards the objective. Charging on through here, Maritz has the entry in towards the objective, and I think Kokosi are realising the game plan. The question is, can they rotate to respond in time?
Yeah, for Maestroesca, again, they're slowly shifting their actual direction towards the site itself. But, I mean, look at Maritz. He's right there. He can instantly go for a plant, and there's not going to be much to deny him as long as the right hold is approached by this attacking side. Allard, he's checking his lefts and rights. The Mozzie has spotted the 2 players in train, at least one of them, Reed, trying to hold this verticality end. Mostly the rotation of being denied by Maestroesca, as we still have Tazzy upstairs. He's going to lose his battle. That's first blood shed. Now, last minute, a pre-fire that goes against Reap, and even he's going to claim back this upper ground, but of course you still have Devils, who thinks he can get away safe and sound. Denster following with a C4 kill, and for Kokosi, it's all gone wrong. The final 2 players, the ones to make it closest to sight, are now the last 2 to stand for this team, but it seems like Maestroesca, it's a new day and age for them. Finally, they will overtake Kokosi on that throne and catch up. Not only that, take the lead, but also claim match point, unless Maritz can show us some real magic.
I'm no expert on Rainbow Six Siege Puffo, but a Blackbeard in a 1v4 with a sliver of HP against a Vector going at 1100 RPM. I ain't a betting man, but I think I'd take my odds here on Maestroesca getting around, getting the match point, and now with such a dominant statement round as well. That wasn't the close affairs that we've been having this match, this half. That was just a very, very well-read round by them. And I've got the question from Kokosi. They get control of sight. They get an ability to get themselves to plant. And the vertical's not as prevalent on towards that dining bomb site. I wonder what was stopping them sticking it. There was something there that was stopping them wanting to say, hey, we can just go for the plant right here, right now. They didn't commit. They got to right on the break point and never went beyond it. It was a bit puzzling, I've got to be honest.
Same. I was kind of confused because, again, normally if you're going to push into library, that's where the verticality actually makes sense. And I would get if they want to contest hatch drop as drops into train. But again, you just need piano for that. So what was the reason of them contesting bar? And why did the attackers keep on running into Evan? I mean, they got rid of 1 defender above. Evan was still standing in freezer and killed Reap on that pre-fire, meaning the attackers knew that there was a mirror in freezer. Yet Devils on the IQ still hopped away thinking that the mirror was just going to let that slide. Everything crumbled, and then Maestroesca, you know, they regained everything that they needed. Kokosi lost all the control that they have been unnecessarily fighting for. While they could have just really, like you say, Travi, shifted all of their players into train and piano, gotten the plant down, maybe take red hull so at least people can't swing with C4s, and bada boom, bada bing.
Bada boom, bada bing. Instead, what we're going to be seeing is some echo play here. And an early spawn. Oh, he's dead.
Double spawn.
Where was that from, Denster? He's small bakery. Come on, give the guy a chance. I'm begging you. Oh no! And what did we say a couple of rounds ago? That's the gridlock. Your flank watch. Maestroesca. They can play this like it's Call of Duty right now. They could just run around the map, take names. Disaster of a start for Kokosi.
And it's possibly one of the worst times to lose your gridlock, because this is the exact same. Oh my god, I think they're trying to kill this person who's on the drone outside. I don't know if Shinka's going to go for it. No, they're actually going to remain safe and sound. But in the meanwhile, this is for regulation. This is the match that will eliminate Kokosi if they cannot claim this round and then give themselves a second chance in overtime. So they're going to have to really be careful about these following couple of seconds. Allard spotted the yokai, surprisingly enough. Honestly, really good instincts on the player. Of course, of this caliber, you'd expect it. In the meanwhile, though, while he's isolated, Kokosi, they've set aside losing their player. They're going to focus on what they can still obtain, and verticalities being nicely given. It seems like Hella's wanting to catch a couple of players rotating downstairs, but hasn't caught a glimpse of anyone just yet.
And they're looking desperately to try and find a little ray of sunshine, a glimmer of hope here for Kokosi, because if Maestro Eska play it how we can expect them to, they're not going to give Kokosi any chances. They're not going to give away this pick. They've fought very nicely to earn it, and they'd be damned if they just give it away so early on. Kokosi can make all of this vertical work for them as much as they want, but with the final boogie drone expended, it's left to the shotguns, and it means a very slow clear, and the chances of one of these Maestro Eska players being caught off guard, next to nil.
Next to nil. The time has been wasted. Kokosi are reminding me of that round 1 Maestro Eska where they just waited around. Again, they're capturing somewhat of the objective, but not something that's going to push Maestro Eska up against the wall. And Evan can remain on his yokai, keep on scouting Allard that has been outside garage for so long. Yes, eventually, though, he will need to contest Shinx, who's currently on that Christmas side. He just needs to hold his ground, make sure that DMR riddles away any bullets at incoming attackers. And for now, I mean, Kokosi, as much as setup goes, they might seem ready, but Maestro Eska, they're just hiding in plain sight.
Yeah, they're just going to play the default positions right now. Kokosi send it in towards Freezer, but they're not able to quickly gain any space from there. Asphyxiate and bolt into the default spot, but yet again, no one hiding. Denstar looking to play it, goes with the SMG-11, and you're not going to win a gunfight with a crossbow. It's a 2 versus 5 right now. The final stand of Kokosi here for Operation Vaknan. Allred and Hella with it all to do. 10 seconds on the clock. The grenades go in, but have no impact at all. Hella, he can't even get one. Mateen with the double. Maestro Eska close it, and they will be moving on to the next stage here of the open qual. And for Kokosi, heartbreak.
Heartbreak. Goodbye. But this time, Maestro Eska showing that they've improved since their last matchup. They're a new team, they're stronger, and they look to dominate throughout Vaknan. This is their first challenge for today, and potentially the easiest up until they reach a team such as Good Intentions, if it does come to it, which I imagine will be the case. Either way, though, congratulations to Maestro Eska and Kokosi. Sadly as we will not be seeing them in Vaknan, there's still other opportunities throughout the year, such as South Breach, and of course, hopefully, the T2 Grand Finals.
Yeah, we've got ELC coming up. We've got South Breach, as you say, coming up. Puffo plus many more. There's opportunities for them. I think, obviously, as well, with the circumstances around Kokosi not having any points at the moment, it's going to be a real push for them to get into those T2 Grand Finals at the moment. But they're a great team with some really great stride in them, taking one of our best here in the secondary circuit, that being Maestro Eska, all the way to the brink. They've beaten them before. They've proved they can do it. I'm fully confident in their ability to bounce back from this. But as for now, Maestro Eska, they're looking pretty solid.
Yeah, they're looking solid. That's a good way to put it. Again, they had a bit of a rough beginning going into Cafe Dostoevsky, and their pushes were somewhat questionable. Again, they still locked everything down. They got themselves nicely nurtured, and of course, they ended up winning the game within regulation without the threat of going into overtime. This last round was as well really, really surgical for them, but at the same time, it was well orchestrated. So, in general, right now, Travi, I say, it's I'm going to leave it to you whenever you wanted to throw it to break, but
Sad, you're leaving me. Puffo is leaving me.
Yes.
But thank you for
I have
coming
other
on.
duties.
You have other duties, but thank you for coming on. Thank you for joining me for one game. It was a great game. It was a phenomenal one, I think, to get you on. I'm glad it was that, because imagine if I brought you all this way for a 7-0. So thanks to the teams for bringing us a good game. We're going to throw it off to the highlights, and when we'll be back, we'll have game number 2 of the day. So folks at home, don't go anywhere. There's more Operation Vaknan to come. Back in, ladies and gentlemen, to round 3 of the Operation Vaknan Open Qualifiers. Reason why we've skipped around is, as you can see on our lovely bracket screen that we're going to pull up for you now, as you've been watching in the break, we didn't want to watch Maestro Eska through all day because it's not fair to the teams to have all of their games casted and some not. You know, we like to spread things out a little bit here, make sure everyone gets a bit of opportunity to be under the spotlight, and as well, your games, you know, as a player, you don't want them to be casted always. I fully understand that because, you know, as a player, you want to show off things, you want to hide things, and obviously if we're streaming you your perspective, people are going to watch that. So we let Maestro Eska have an off. They're currently playing against Owned Esport, as you can see towards the top of your screen now. And we're going to be diving into a game that honestly surprised me and our wonderful observer for this afternoon, unnamed, a little bit when we saw it, because maybe the names of the teams you don't recognise so much. The Cupboard Project and UVL. And if you're thinking to yourself, who the hell are the Cupboard Project? Well, they're a brand new roster just put together, composed of some names that certainly will not be as strange to you all. Levy, Bev, Scent, Slows and Discount. So it's a set of players that I think many of you will know from throughout the entirety of the T2 circuit up towards this point. And they're going up against UVL, or if judged to be by their logo, Universal Gaming. That one is going to be Costa, Kezi, Loza, Rololo, and Novus. So there's a pretty nice stack on that side as well. Both these players, both of these teams have got some real firepower behind them. And I'm honestly quite looking forward to seeing what they've got to show us inside of the server. I mean, it's high expectations to live up to, right? You know, the previous game of the day was that 7-5 Maestro Eska Kokosi game. That was a banger. Barn belter, even if you want to call it. So you really want to see something of that kind of caliber again. You know, you really want to see a nice close game again. Are we going to get that here? That's going to be the big question for these guys to answer us, because of course, you know, we have so little bit more in the lobby. We, you know, best of one, single elimination. I think the Cupboard Project is a team that's respectable enough to be able to make it on through, but of course Universal, I think they've got an opportunity here to really play devil's advocate in this one and kind of backstab a team that maybe hasn't put all the pieces together yet, because, you know, they're a newer roster, and while they're experienced names individually, as a cohesive unit, as a togetherness, what do they have to show us? We're going to have to wait and see inside of this one. Of course, it is going to be best of one, as is the format for the day. So, penultimate matchup we're going to have here on the stream. We're going to be going to Chalet, which, for me, is a great map, especially for a newer roster, right? You've got so much fragging potential inside of Chalet. It's a very aggressive map, but on the flip side, it works and it moves quite quickly, meaning a team such as UVL are going to be a bit more experienced as a team. They're going to be able to play off of each other that little bit better. And in the fast-moving environment of Chalet, you need to know what your teammates are going to do, because you don't necessarily always have that time to make the to make the communication that, hey, this is what I'm going to be going for. You sometimes just have to instinctually know and be ready to be able to catch that one off. So we'll see what this one offers. It's going to be quite an exciting matchup, I think, regardless of how it plays out, and we just keep our fingers crossed it's going to be a fun little game here, because ultimately that's what we're all here for on a Sunday. Nice bit of fun siege, and things should get rapid and going on through. So I think without further ado, we're just going to have one last little check over of the bracket here. We're about 30 seconds out of the game, catching any outliers. Soul's Heart Esports versus Holy Esport, as you can see on your screen towards the middle now. That one is currently being covered on Rainbow Six Turkey channel, so Rainbow Six TUR. If you want to go and watch that game, and I believe they'll be following into match 52, the winner of that one versus the Turks. So that one's bound to be a banger. And then you can see Cupboard Project versus UVL. All these teams, they're 2 games away from making the Operation Vaknan group stages. But equally, you've got no wiggle room either. A loss here will see you knocked out of the competition. All your hopes and dreams squandered. It's Cupboard Project versus UVL here to see who moves further on in this competition. Let's get ourselves into Chalet then, shall we? Love this map here in the snowy Alps. Nice and cold. We've had Cafe, a cold, snowy map. And we're going on to Chalet, another cold, snowy map. And for a Nordic tournament, I'd argue there's few more fitting settings for us to find ourselves on here in these early games, in these best of ones. It's setting the scene. It's feeling all wintry, even if it's still sitting quite warm outside. Cade and a Solid Snake. First one's taken off the board here. No surprises there to be seen. What we see for the second bands, well, there's Army and an Ace. Focusing on that hard breach there with that second one there. Just really trying to squander, you know, attempts there, getting walls open. Do you think of the gun and the fragging prowess that Ace brings as well? The Solid Snake, like I said, Chalet, it's an aggressive map, it's fast. And the quick intel from the Soliton radar, it can be quite menacing to go up against here. And instead, for information, Cupboard Project, well, they're going to be relying on the coveted ascent. Drop the Ago payload, drop the calls. It might not be as loud as they used to be, but the explosion that it leaves is certainly going to be that little tidbit louder. There's the all chat already firing up between these guys. Obviously some friendships between sides. And there's even some friendship with us and the players. You could be dialed back to last year. Rampage, the Rainbow Rampage as it was so dubbed, the T2 circuit LAN that occurred at London Comic Con October last year. If you dial your hearts back, there's some players on that roster that are here in the server today. Slows, Gatti, he was on the roster playing under the banner of the Hawaiians, and who was on the Hawaiians with him? A wonderful observer today, Mr. Unnamed Gamer, and myself. So, basically, we chose this game, and the first thing I put in the challenger mode chat was, we're here to hate watch Gatti. Is that going to be the true case? No, we're here to watch a good game of Siege, and hopefully that is what we're going to be delivered, at least in the first 10 seconds, though. No successful spawn peaks, no early picks, so things will remain calm and patient and quiet for now, as we wait to just see how exactly this one transpires here through. Getting trophy one open, you've got the Montine of Levy there. You can claim a lot of space quite quickly, push up those trophy stairs and be a bit of a nuisance in towards Solarium. It's a bit of a suicide in sending him through the rappel windows. So you're going to need to send him in from the floor below. Slows to cover his back. Bev to watch him up above. Nice early entry here, and you can see at UVL, they have the right idea. 2 players going to try and make this probe, but instead it's Discount who goes in first, shuts down Loza. And unfortunately, no immediate trade here for the defense as the Montaigne. He's knocking on the door of the objective, has the idea about the one inside a closet. He's going to be pinged on out. With the players down below, Costa, he doesn't really have many options right now. He knows he can't really challenge either player here. They've got such a good angle on to rappel to him, and he's got no choice but to answer this phone call, because otherwise he's going to go down. Beautiful bit of early pressure here, and it compounds here for the Cupboard Project as they get their second. Third kill to follow as well, make it 4. And suddenly we're staring at what could be a flawless round to kick off the series here, unless Kezi can pull off a miracle. Knows about the rappel window play. Jaego payload's going to be ringing in his pocket, and it's just enough of a distraction there for Discount to find the body, get the shots and the confirm. A nice early flawless round to start things off here in this series. The Cupboard Project looking on very good form. The replays work. We did it. We had issues with the replays last time. I'm going to blame... Last time, so what we had is we had a break law here, because it's now it's a solo cast. It's not a serious cast. We had a slow-mo button on the replays, and it was a bit glitchy. And that seemed to be what was doing it. So no more slow-mo button, and the replays, well, they seem to work pretty flawlessly. You hopefully can have at home. I'm sure with the replays are nice there. Just masks up a little bit of the downtime here, because Siege can have quite a lot of downtime, and especially when, you know, we're solo casting them on the own. I like to be sure that, you know, I can have that little bit of chat, a little bit of fun, and get to watch all the action time and time again. But for now, Cupboard Project, really good start. Got to put it on Discount though. 3 kills in that round there on the Nomad previously, swapping on to what's going to be Nook this time, and hell, if he's having a good day, a good afternoon even, put him on a backstab roll like that, he could do some damage, but it seems a bit unsure right now. But it's the 5th operator he's picked onto. As for this defense, it's going to be fairly standard. Extension up from the bomb site itself, on towards the top floor, in towards library. You've got the Aruni, those Surya gates going to chew up a good amount of utility. Try and keep those mirror windows that a little bit more protected, because they're going to be very valuable indeed. You can hear loads of popping one in from mezzanine now. Secondary fortress above the bomb site here for UVL. It gives Cupboard Project a lot more to work through. It's the default hold for a reason on towards this bar game and bomb site. But what's not default is a kit like that so early on. Discount going to be sleeping out. Star of the previous round will fall. The Vaknan falls down the hatches there, forfeiting control inside of library. Costa's down, but there's still the mirror windows there. You've got 3 players on the top floor for UVL looking to just hold their ground, keep their positions embedded and strong for as long as they can. It's It's not a case of winning a round up here, no. Instead, it's just going to be a case of burning down the clock as much as you can. You don't want to play silly like that. You don't want to give those away because that advantage you now had, it's squandered, it's equalised. And the covered project, they're using it as a signal to go on through. The player, he's going to retreat on away, but they're unaware of Rolo, who's instead chosen to stay. Does find Levy. Scrappy engagements here on the second floor. One inside of office sent. Try and cause up a pinch here in between them and Bev. And Kezi, he's worse off aware for the gunfights, will eventually be dropped down towards the floor, but the unmarked Rolo still will stand. UMP in hand of the castle here. His position is known. He spots the elbow of one. A beautiful little pre-fire on towards Gaddy there, but Bev does swing around, confirm the trade, and once this warden gets confirmed, as it will, it's a 2v2 situation now, even on both sides. But the C4 and back pocket of Loza, its presence, its power grows as this round goes on here. Stuck inside a bar stock, mirror window to play behind, probably droned out, but they also know about the Aruni on fireplace stairs and she'll be found. Covered project, they've got the experience underneath them right now to play this 2v1 perfectly. C4's going to go up, it's going to be detonated, not find its mark. There's loads of choose to go for the foam pool. You can't really pause it right now because you're caught in a 1v2. You just have to go for a pick, but you're not going to be able to find it at a significantly closer affair, sure. But still one that the covered project are going to walk away from successfully there. A nice ending on towards the round. 2-0 lead for them here on the start of Chalet, and this map leaning towards the aggressive side a bit more. UVL here really wanting to try and lock one down on a strong bomb site, continuing the rotation, going towards kitchen dining here for round number 3. And looking at the lineup that they're going to be bringing towards the table, it's playing around that information. You're going to be seeing Ben on the Solace. Likely going to be playing upstairs, away from the bomb site, feeding the information on through. It's that vertical game that, to be fair, worked really, really well for UVL last time. That aggressive kind of game. It started off well, but got a little bit too confident for it. Played it safer. But things may slip in towards your favour. We'll have to see how things pander out for now, though. More just sort of default setups right now, and arguably I think for UVL they'd be good.
Bomb located by attackers.
Good to step away from that. You move away from the default, the covered project. As I say, they're experienced players that are going to know how to play a default game of Siege in between them. You effectively can get good players, and if you're playing default, they will know what each other are doing, and that's what I said. UVL are going to want to take advantage of the fact that these guys have not been together forever. They're going to want to take advantage of the fact that, hey, there's an opportunity here for us to be really annoying, be really distracting, and play a little bit off. Speaking of off, Costa there. He's not the one to find a pick. Instead, it's Kezi. And look at this mute double dipping. But again, it's a giveaway that you don't need to do so. An early pick found by UVL, but eventually he's traded right back by covered projects. It's a telltale of the previous round. Exact same thing happens here on the third. Deploy the Jago payloads. Watching up from above, Kezi tries to just retreat on away as the pressure comes on through, but instead jumps down in towards Game inside, looking on through. Knows the player's in there. It's a 1v1. Could be quite a decisive one for the round here. Throws a magnet to try and catch any utility. I mean, Sophia could lob the concussors in there, but she has the right idea. She knows the corner. And Kezi, I don't think he's quite as convinced on when this push is going to come on through. The shot's coming through. He confirms his position. They know about each other 100%. Now it's all who wins this gunfight, but no, it's Bev. Shuts down the Wamai. There's a momentary calm will break out across the server here. UVL. Universal, whatever we want to call them. Right now we can call them on the back foot. This cover project just sleek the players away here. And Loza getting aggressive, gives the position away. Rolo low. Also being caught out by the Jago payload there. Wants to stop to answer the phone. And indeed do so, sparing the 40 HP, but a tough game of angles emerges on this top floor right now. Both sides have to be careful not to put the wrong foot forward. You step wrong and you will walk into a sightline. Then just Ascent walks right into Rolo, who finds the equaliser 3v3. Covered project quickly need to find some way back in towards this round there. But with Bomati able to take down the Sophia, slows and discount now. Pick up the pieces, and the first disadvantage here for the covered project all game long. UVL grasping distance of their first round here on Chalet. Just need to ride out these final 45 seconds. Ability utility to work here for the attackers. Some frags, smokes, stuns, everything you could need to try and convert this one. It gives you options. How do you choose to play this one? But those options are going to constrain you. That clock, that time factor. It's going to force you to make some tricky decisions, make some compromises. And in a game like Siege, compromise, it's a bad word. It's one you don't want to hear. But they might not need to. 2v2 now. Rolo goes down. 15-second mark. The X-Factor play from Bomati far away will fall. Loza, the last man standing. The final bastion hurls a toxic wave out in towards the objective, but they're not going to be able to cover the entire ground, but does find discount. Could look to just play safe behind the hard wall right now. No slows. It's going to be charging for him, but Gay's good on the gunfight. The drop shot, hip fire will find it, and with it, the Cupboard Project will keep their flawless streak going here on Chalet. And for UVL, just a little bit of heartache. That should have been theirs by all means. But Gaddy doing what he does best, just running in and going for the kill. Hate watch unsuccessful. Good afternoon, Liotta. How are we doing? Welcome on in. Good old bit of Gaddy emote for the Gaddy clutch up. Let's watch it back, shall we? Watch him do that. Wow, there's a tight end to this round here. But UVL honestly should have taken that. I like the idea from Bomati. It just wasn't meant to be, but here, Loza. Unfortunate. Clock running against you. Time going down. The perfect pick on towards discount. You have the perfect weapon for this engagement. Just unfortunately, the shot doesn't connect. Gatty does the Matrix drop down to the floor, and yeah, we're out along with it. Quickly spiraling out of control here. But, you know, we cast our eyes back to the previous game we had earlier on today. What did we have? It was a 3-0 deficit that started off Maestro Esca's game, and they clawed it back. 7-5 victory eventually over Kosi. So never say never. But equally, you've got to wonder, how much longer does this beatdown go on for? Will we cross that point of no return? What else we have? I'm just going to gander over the rest of the bracket, see where things are going. Yeah, obviously quite a few teams playing on through today. 69 Latrick, Nova leading Honvid in the top. Costa with an early pick onto Bev, and these spawn peaks, well, they don't stop. And this will be the third round in a row now. UVL have secured that opening kill, that opening pick. This time, though, listen, there's no response. There's no trade. We've not gotten a bit too trigger happy. We've not decided to run away and... Okay. Okay. Bye. I'm done. Caster Curse did that one into existence. Loza goes down. 4v4 yet again. Third time in the running. That hurts. Things we do not want to see inside of this one at all. Levy able to now move up, take a little bit of space here. Costa will hear the Montaigne shimmering on around, but limited by options by the repel on the window. The Cavern Hive's going to confirm the position. It's the destruction, certainly will, but instead he's able to destroy Levy's head and get away. And now running away, the pressure's being held. The long ankle doesn't quite fire quick enough to catch him, and he's in a tricky spot. He's alive. That's the main thing right now. The rest of the members of UVL can play around him. You've got this backstab trying to come on through here, trying to make something happen. Rololo's going to have to hit some hard shots, but ultimately I think plays the right call, thinks better of it, retreats on away. You now got a really difficult player here to deal with in Costa. Entrenched, and Discount can hold him at checkmate for the entire duration of the round, but he's just going to continue to burn his time in amongst this swarm of bees around. A lot of damage on through. You can see it, the other defenders coming in to play support, coming in to try and assist. Cupboard Project now quickly moving up against the steel wall here as they look to try and push forward. But they need to find a gap, need to find an opportunity. They think the weakest link right now is Costa, and I think they'd be right to hedge their bets there. But all of the support net around him, the infrastructure that's been set up by the defense, can it stand the test up against the Cupboard Project, who find the defuse going down, and while in the man disadvantage, it's going to be a tough one, even harder now, made by the 1 versus 3 Sen. Really difficult spot to worm his way out of. Players every right, left and centre of him. And a bit of friendly fire, a bit of a question mark, it won't matter, the job is done. Finally, UVL will get themselves the first round on the board here. And it's all from being able to sail that man advantage. They're in this 3 versus 4. They're able to keep it that way. And then when it goes to equalizer, there's immediate trade back. They work that man advantage. Something they've not been able to do for the previous 2 rounds. 3rd time's the charm here. And it's what's able to get them on the board. Now the only question is, how far can it take them inside of this half? Can they go a little bit further? Or do we build from here? That's going to be the big question for them, sitting up in front of it right now. UVL, as I say, happy with what they've started, but that's all it is at the moment. It's a start. It's a beginning. They don't want it to end there.
Attackers have located a bomb.
3-1 up for Cupboard Project. It's a good going. Also, I've just realised we're going to have to play half of this competition on the new season. This is the other realisation of myself. The new season comes out. I want to say, when does Splitfire come out? I believe the season's called. 2 seconds. Google. Googling. Why does Google not give me an answer when I Google something anymore? It gives me some AI summary that is just confused. The 1st Tuesday of September. Thank you, Unnamed. Thank you. I'm glad this guy's clever. See, he knows ball. Shout out, Unnamed. 1st of September. There you go. You all know it. So, it shows how much Siege I play. So, realistically, so next week will be played on the old patch, but then the playoffs, the actual bit that will be mainstreamed on R6NEU, the final weekend, the playoffs, that will be on the new patch. And there's certainly some changes, I think, to especially the DMRs that are going to shift things up a little bit. Nor with the nerf that he's already had, if you can call it a nerf rather than a bug fix. I don't know if he's going to have quite the impact we all thought he was, but either way, curious to see. These players always find a way to maximise. That's the big thing. When a new change comes out, when a new season comes out, it's all about who can quickly take advantage of those changes. We saw it when the shields got reworked. I think back to Deimos in his release. The teams that learned to play double shields quite quickly did well for themselves. Team Secret, I remember their double shield. At first, it was a bit outlandish considered, but eventually it became a mainstay for a while. Teams that can adapt. They get ball. Uncharacteristically quiet start here. The adaptation that this game will follow. Slow. Silence. No one really making the move. There you go with a triple concuss and a flood of utility sent on towards this Warden. He's trying to find a way out of it, but he just can't. 2 quick kills make it another one here. Finally a response found for UVL, but it's still that 4v2. Still that heavily unfavourable position, but Rolo needs more. Bonmati able to save him. Rolo able to get the equalising pick. And hold on a minute, job's not done. Inside of this round here, UVL still have the capability to pull this one off. But with Rolo going down, finally put to bed, Bonmati, he saved his teammate a second ago. He's now going to need to save all 4 of them here to get around. It's just not going to happen. Sentinel deal, sealed a deal in Cupboard Project. A scrappy round for sure, but immediately back off to their winning ways after the hiccup of round number 4. Final round and a half, we're going to seek to head in towards now. And it's a question of, can we make some magic happen here if you are on the side of UVL? Things are getting dire. Things are getting a bit spicy. And I think 4-2 half from the defense of Chalet. It's workable. It's not ideal. But workable, I think, would be the term I'd use to describe it.
By attackers.
If we look over to a 5-1 split, the alternative possibility here of round 6, things might just be a little too far gone. The rest of the bracket, though, shaping up nicely, and of course, it's tantalising. What comes next? What comes after this? It's a qualifying game. It's the big matches already starting to shape up here. Who we might have qualifying through to Operation Vaknan. Join our teams from yesterday. The EMEA region here. Doing good, Liam. A bit tired, if you can't tell, but doing well, and hopefully you as well. Enjoying your Sunday afternoon here with a nice little dousing of Siege, a nice little sprinkling I was hoping this would... I honestly thought it'd be a little longer. I'm not watching ELC closing ceremony. No, probably not. I think tonight is War Dogs. The beta for that is on, and if you've not checked that game out, highly recommend it. I've been playing a lot of that lately in the closed out a couple of weekends ago, and here as well. That's quite a lot of fun. So I'll probably be there watching that one. Through. In the meantime, watch the game in front. Loza, here's the one outside in the rappel. Discount's not going to give him the opportunity. Instead, will just be another calm start to the round here. It's interesting how this game's really gone from quite hot starts to these rounds, these early aggressive spawn peaks from UVL, and they worked consistently. I'd say out of the 4 rounds they attempted it, I think 3 of them, they got an early pick, a convert. Well, they get an early pick here, and they're finally learning, I think, here. And this is what I love from this UVL side. They've got the early pick now. They've learned not to overextend it. They're running away. They're hiding. And they're playing double as well. They've invested Costa into this one here to make sure Casey can get back towards site safely. And even if he doesn't, if one of them goes down, then the player at arm's reach to be able to go back for the trade. It's a lovely adaptation. It's a lovely bit of learning here. And these sort of duos that are floating around the map for UVL. It's been working phenomenally for them. On a sliver of HP, Rolo has to be so careful here. One thing we know about Gatti, he's a crack gunner, and Solo and Discount as well on the other side. Going to make things really difficult. The frag grenade comes on in, a whiff of that spell's death, but unfortunately for the attack, it just misses its mark, meaning Rolo can continue to play. And for Discount, the shots just aren't connecting, but the backstab from Levy certainly will. But a player seeking to trade from Bathroom just can't quite hit the shots. Luckily, though, Kezi is more than able to do so. The C4 of Costa goes out, fails to connect. And this player on the top of Solarium, he's in a rough patch right now. Pressure from either side. If Loza can find a way to get in and provide some support, he might be able to get out of this. But right now, the Covered Project have to be careful to not let this 3v4 turn into a 2v4, because that would be nothing short of disastrous. Almost catched a mute on the retreat. He's able to get away. The bearing 9, just the penetration damage isn't quite there. By the offense aware of Loza. Dug in deep. No, they're not. He finds one. A 2v4 becomes a 1v4 as Scent is all that remains. And with 20 seconds left to go, only one doorway to really get in towards this objective. He can hammer down the bullets from that AK. The extended mag give him enough fire superiority to confirm a kill. But even then, getting in towards this objective, pushing on forwards, feels like a fetch a little bit too far out of reach here. And UVL, they get the possibility of that 4-2 split, and it's the one I said they needed. And they're going to find it. That they will. Much needed second round there. And this game still remains open for themselves. Am I going to stream War Dogs? Probably not. I mean, as I say, like, I'm thinking of doing more streams just because casting is difficult on a schedule thing. This is probably like a life update tweet type thing. But finding the time, finding the gaps to cast at the moment is quite difficult. It's been a bit of a challenge lately. And it's also a bit annoying because it means when I'm sitting here on a mic like this, I feel rusty, for like, as you probably noticed in the first game. A little bit rusty because I've not casted in like 2 weeks prior to today. My last cast was like 2 and a bit weeks ago. So finding that space, finding that gap is a bit of a challenge. And I don't know whether streaming will help address that challenge. But yeah, so Thursday we'll try it. We'll see how it feels, whether I enjoy it. I'll be honest, I've tried in the past. I mean, this was years prior now, but tried it in the past. It's not really been for me. So we'll see. It's probably the honest answer. If more just like variety and secondary streams will come about. Obviously, casting will be the priority, as it always is, because that's fun. Yapping about video games is entertaining. Thursday, we are Beat Sabering. That is the goal on Thursday. There's a new DLC over there, and the trailer looked pretty spicy. I was just like, you know what? Let's give it a go. Why not? So you got to watch it because I don't think we can upload the VOD of it because it's just copyrighted music. And I need to actually work out how that's going to work. Have the music on I'm not going to have the music on the stream, but whether I can keep the VOD of it up or put it on YouTube or anything. And obviously as well, just as a PSA to any players watching, because I do get the occasional DM from a player or coach. VODs on my channel, always on YouTube. If you just scroll down or type !socials in the chat, VODs are always there. So if you want to watch something, you know, you're playing one of the teams that I've covered, or you just want to watch yourselves back, VODs will always be there 24 to 48 hours after the stream. it's important that these guys have the VODs to review. So always make sure to get that
5
one
seconds
happening.
left
So.
before insertion.
Anywho, back onto the game in front of us. Capital, Montaigne, Azami, well, my bands, nothing really eventful there. As you've been seeing, Unnamed has been doing some beautiful job highlighting the lovely trip connectors. We saw Tazzy getting some nice crack shots. Oh, it's like a little cross. Oh, oh, and a clash down beneath. Love this. I've not been paying any attention to the prep phase, but bam, immediately know what's going on inside of this round. We know what the tea, we know what the sauce is. Let me tell you, it's a sauce with a little bit of kick, a little bit of spice. My lips salivating at the fort. There's Kezi on the entry, supported by a drone. Going to be happy at the idea of maybe being able to find one. Moves up the staircase, Razor Bloom goes, does a little bit of damage. And that's going to be a time waster now. He's got that bleeding, limping effect. And Covered Project, no. One on backstairs, one coming in through the hallway. This Countdo tagged up through the wall. He didn't realise that could happen. Oh no, they've got hands. He retreats away. He's gone. He's out of there. Kezi continue this slow push up from the basement. Cover Project will know it's coming. Disgusting long angle here, held by Discount, seeking for revenge from Pryor, but he won't be getting it. Instead, it's Bev on the clash from all the way up above. The SPSMG to confirm the pick. An opener for Cupboard Project. Seemingly a rarity despite the scoreline inside of this matchup here. UVL now unable to spawn peak. A lot slower moving through these rounds. Cupboard Project, they're more than happy to just wait. Open arms for these attackers to come their way. The utility will come on through. These Rotero drones will chip away at what's set up along the top floor here. Bulletproof cameras, deployable shields, whatever it is. Deal with it. But pressure is on Bev right now, trying to find a way to deal with this clash, and his eyes focus up on him. It gives Slows a gap to find two, and he will do just that. Doesn't care about the phone blowing up in his pocket. His job's been done. Loza now coming up through main stairs, finds one, but some whiffy shots on towards the second. The clash staring down the long barrel. Gaddy with his third to finish it off there. Cupboard Project. A lovely round from them to kick off their defensive half. And UVL just not really able to find what they were after. And this is the thing now. We're in the second half. Room for mistakes just isn't quite going to be afforded, isn't quite going to be granted. You lose another round just staring at match point. You lose a second beyond that before overtime. And the game's done. You knocked out of Operation Vaknan. No second chances. And this is where this qualifier can be quite tight. It's 4 best of ones that effectively decide whether you're playing these qualifiers or not. Our Nordic teams yesterday, they were graced off with the fact that A, there was 9 teams, 4 of them qualified to the main competition. Your chances of success, 43%. I'm going to verify my maths. 44%. Close enough. 44% your chance of qualifying yesterday, but today, well, we have a lot more teams. We have a lot more inside of the fray. We qualify 4 teams, same again, but there's 43 of them this time fighting for those spots. You have a 9% chance of making it on through, 9.3% chance. Odds are a lot slimmer. And yesterday was round robin. You could afford some mistakes. Today, it's best of 1 single eliminations. Anything but perfection. And they just won't cut it. Not now, not at all, not ever. Universal. It's been a good showing from them so far, but really, I think they need to get a rapidest attack. This round here is going to be crucial. Need to find it, need to get some control over this game before it just spirals, slips away from them, and their job suddenly becomes harder. Infinitely so, more than it needs to be. Frag grenade goes in, detonates. Nothing to be found. The slow pacing sort of just continuing here. Oh, Slows. He's not stopped from the previous round. Does find Kezi. 9 and 4 at the moment. Leslie going to compound on the successes of the Cupboard Project. Finds 2, and these attacks for UVL just falling flat on their face right now. A slap on the wrist will all be from Costa, unable to connect to the head. And the two players here outside of the front yard, eventually they piece a kill together. And overextending Gatty. Hold on for it. But still, the advantage lies in the hands of the covered project. And that enables them to play with comfortability, to play with confidence, knowing, hey, if one of us goes down, it's okay. We still hold an advantage. Whether that includes a Solace running outside the building midway through the round. Whatever it is, they're returning towards site now. Play this one safely. No need to be flashy. No need to be extra. Ball's in the park of UVL right now to turn this game around, turn around on its head. Is it going to happen? It's going to be a hard one to go for them. In towards Kana. Shots on through. The hard wall in the way. Discount's quite safe. Playing that back up against the window. And Rolo, he's not safe. Levy finds him. 2v4. 45 seconds. Got a feeling this one might just be that little bit done here. Can make the hop in. You got a bailiff if you Costa. On Matty trying, but you just can't find the head of Discount. He gets you. And it leaves this ace on his lonesome here. 1v4. Reload the AK-12. It's your final stand. Levy goes out, throws a C4 from underneath, but it's sent coming out from office to get the job through. 6-2. Spiraling now for UVL. As I said, 4 rounds in a row. With the fragging prowess the other side have shown us, that is going to be a very difficult one to get through indeed. I mean, look at this here. Mon Matty, just no chance in hell at getting that final little bit over the line. It's so difficult to win that gunfight there. And a 6-2.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
UVL, they've impressed me. It's been a while since I've done an open qualifier, so there's quite a few new faces here, and I'm loving to see it. I've got to be honest, it's my favourite thing about these open quals. We get to see players we don't always see, you know, when we're doing the secondary T2 circuit competitions. We get to the latter stage of them. It's a lot of the same faces in different competitions, but in open qual we get to see some fresh ones and some fresh projects, and even if you choose to name yourself after a piece of furniture, it's always fun to see what new teams bring to the table. Closing in now on what could be the final round. Pressure on UVL. Their attacks just have not been up to par here so far on Chalet. And they can't just aim for the par now, because the par would mean the defense gets some rounds back. No, they have to aim for perfection. And so far, the only one who's been within that is Cupboard Project, ultimately. Liam, drop me a friend request on Discord. Yeah, it's in the social message. So just drop a friend request on there. It should come through. I've got the privacy settings too. Friend requests. Might have to share a server, but I think it's just Rainbow Six official server, which I'm pretty sure you're in anyway. .60 seconds in. And again, some damage done here from Cupboard Project and a kill to be found. Kezi opens us up, takes down Bev. Solid Snake doing what he does best, making an early entry, but he's held at an impasse at this point onwards. This vertical needs to be dealt with before we can go in towards the objective, before UVL can think about getting a clear. My concern at the moment... Hold on a minute. Take everything I said just back. Unfortunately, he falls through the hatch. Oh no. There's no means to clear out right now. I like this actually. This is a bit different. You're sending the players in towards the objective. You're hoping then that the live pings from the Bs can enable you to tag them up from the vertical, turn those typically disadvantageous gunfights into something winnable for you. The execution, though, a little bit sloppy of it. Unfortunately, drop falling down the hatch. Now puts UVL with 60 seconds to go. A lot of utility has been expended, and the vertical that you really need to push into this site isn't under your control. And look at the utility. No smoke grenades. Nothing to obscure this plant. Nothing to hide it. If they push on in, try and get that defuse on down. It's impossible. Slows. Here's 2 players punching on through. Knows his days in that bathroom are going to be numbered. Falls on back. Still though, a vulnerable push here. Vulnerable vault here for UVL. But it doesn't matter because the kills from Kezi keep coming on through. Defuse going down. No one from Covered Project in a position to really disable it here. They might just have this one getting on through, and there's a star of the show. It's Kezi. Can't quite find the ace. Rolo instead to finish the round. As for the Covered Project, just a little too far back to spring into action. They're held at bay by the window peaks of UVL. Lovely stuff. Lovely play. A lifeline in this game. Job isn't over yet. A quarter-way ban coming on in. What do we see removed? Well, probably the Solid Snake. He's had quite an impact inside of this one. I wouldn't be surprised to see Covered Project removing our favourite sneaky boy from the game. And a Fawn from the attackers. Irish defender removed. Razor-Bloom shells. No longer the option. To be fair, what do we fade ourselves in for? That is going to be the question. Bar game and defense, the clash up on the board for Bev, and this was one that was impossible to deal with last time. This was one that UVL was sitting there, they were staring at it, and they were just perplexed. How do you deal with it? How do you remove it? What do you actually do? Where do you actually go? Good questions. To be honest, they're really good questions. They struggled with it last time. This time, it seems like the answer comes in form of the Ying. Blind it out, or maybe not the clash itself, but the players around it. Love that pest actually, because that's quite a common spot for a drone to fly on through. We've been seeing a lot of Mozzie today, and I actually had to do some checks on this because I think my phone was talking about it a little bit earlier on, but ultimately, this game is going to be one of those where we sit and, you know, we sit and go, what do we do? Where do we hit? Flash behind the wall, Bev puts the shield on down, fortified in a position. Slow, close, early start. 3, the scoreline sits at discount. Eyeing up for this spawn peak here, wanting to go for it. But is he going to be able to find it? That is going to be the question. Sent finds the opening pick on towards Kezi. He drops down there on the ash. Falls to the ground. Mandela's thrown on in here towards the top floor side. Warden trying to make something happen, but they get the clash. The one kill they wanted to find, but they don't want these rest of them to fall. 2 quick kills now. UVL find this 3 versus 3 situation. Rolo is in the objective, playing behind the chassis, but how long can he stand there? A response from Covered Project is going to be needed right now, and Levy, he's the one keeping them afloat. A double inside at around 2 versus 2 situation. Discount lurking on far away. Playing it close here. The Warden behind the wall goes to throw the C4 on up, but here's it coming. Loza runs away. An eternity of time to work here for the attack, and they're doing this perfectly. Playing this as 2v1s. They know about this final player, cornered in the back of Library. He's shut on down, puts the pressure on Discount. His C4, his chance gone. Now in a 1 versus 2. Now in a tricky spot. UVL. The final Hail Mary of utility goes in towards the objective, but they've got the spot. They know exactly where Discount is. They know exactly where he's likely to retake from, the side door or an incursion up the back stairs. Defuse going down. Lowe's is aware exactly where this Mozzie's going to be coming from. He will strike. And UVL drag this game out that little bit further. 6-4. Our scoreline will sit. And the comeback, it might just well and truly be on here inside of this one. You see a Discount here in this 1 versus 2. I mean, this whole final couple seconds of the round here from the side of UVL was played so well. You isolate Levy up on the top floor of Library. You don't really give him any options. Then, You charge on through. You go in towards the objective. Go for the plant. You've got that cover. You know exactly where he's coming from. You find a pick. Masterclass in Siege right there. And we head through. Round number 11. After this, short rehost, short little break. We'll be back in just a few. If you guys enjoyed that little bit of a flashback there from the Manchester Major. So, just have that clip on my hard drive permanently for situations such as these, where we will now... I don't actually know if that even played properly on the stream. We will find out inside of the VOD, I suppose. And coincidentally, the players are asking for VODs. Don't worry, I have given them... I have told them where to find the VODs in match chat. So they will be able to hunt down the VODs. Because as we said earlier, VODs are important. These guys like to VOD review, especially, you know, Gay says hope, so. Oh no, he's going to see all my trash talking. Oh no.
Defenders protect your
no.
bombs from being defused
We might be
by
cooked.
attackers.
Anyway. We'll digress from that from now. I love this Denari. Beautiful, beautiful trip connected there. And it's so great because what it essentially does is that it forces that sight in towards two. If you want to go towards the default plant spot inside of gaming behind the pool tip, well, you can't immediately go and do that then one. And then, of course, you go through the other side and you're also, you know, splitting towards the objective there. And it means operators like your Blackbeard can't push in too quickly. You can't really go as fast as you want to. You have to have someone to deal with that, whether a Twitch on the board. And Rolo's very kindly going to showcase that one there as the attackers will drone it on out, likely looking to get their shock drones in the objective. Try to deal with them and hopefully find themselves something. We'll wait to see what transpires here inside this one. But certainly, key takeaway is right now, covered projector. Need to stabilise. Lost a couple of rounds back to back. He's still got the possibility to do this one in regulation. But instead of the 4 chances you had, you're now down to 2. Push across from west towards east. Blackbeard leading the assault here. Horizontal, fairly flat at the moment. We'll need to add some, of course, more dimension in towards this for UVL to be able to convert it, but at the moment that's not going to be an immediate priority. Instead, it's going to be finding this opening pick and try to find someone who's the weak link. Early on, you can take out. Early on, you can deal with. And we'll see him pushing up. Clash respawn. Retreat on the way. Here comes the shock drone. As we said, doing these bits here. Really doing a number on this trip connector setup here throughout the entirety of the site itself. Effectively nullifying a lot of what this Denari brings to the table. But Discount, he's nullified entirely there. One tap from Kezi. Catches the Mozzie asleep at the wheel there on his phone. A little too late. And that kill prompts UVL to get a little bit faster, a little bit more aggressive here. They're spread out for themselves right now. And well, it means they could lose the ones. It also means that covered projects have a lot of angles to watch, and they can't watch them all. Levy gets his head taken off by Rolo. Charge on up ahead here, going on through slows, trying to find the Blackbeard. Gets a little bit of damage on towards the feet. And now Bon hopping on through will be taken out by Bedford. 3 versus 3, but the backstab from Loza. Again, it's this pressure from UVL from all possible angles, all at the same time. It's left Sent alone in a 1v3. What can he do? Where can he go? This is the question. Now we're looking for him to give us the answers. Noise up from above. B's being deployed, but I think they're going to go a little too far. And Sent's not spotted. This could be huge, but with the Blackbeard looming, the shield walks in, finds the player, finds his mark. He's going to be jiggling, he's going to be dancing. And this Fenrir, he's all on his own, giving it up, and UVL will take it. And with it, I believe we're going to head to another short break, as I believe we are, from a word from Observer, we are paused, heading into a process. So, my apologies, folks. We will be back for another round after this short break. thank you very much for bearing with us during that tech pause, ladies and gentlemen. The gist of it was there was a glitch used towards the end of the previous round. No round replay has been issued. We will be picking up from where we left off. Basically, it was a warning because the round was pretty much over as a 3v1. So we're 6-5 on the scoreline. Covered Project 1 away from closing out Chalet. UVL 3 out of 4 rounds of their comeback to overtime have now been completed. So fingers crossed that is the last tech pause we will have this game. And hopefully we will get through the remainder of this one. But for now, we'll have to wait and see. As I said, it's a momentum stopper really for UVL, who up to this point have been having a bit of a turbulent time here on Chalet, safe to say the least. It started off not too greatly, 6-2 down, but now we're exactly where we were in our first game of the day, at the brink of regulation.
Attackers need to locate and
Thought
defuse as many
of going
bombs
to
as they
overtime
can.
will sit right there. The only question really lies is, can we actually cross that boundary this time? Covered Project going to be defending up on the top floor here. Nothing out of the ordinary, really. Just a fairly default lineup. Looking at all things considered, the Denari, a mainstay of Gaddy's play so far on this map, will be brought along yet again. Trichinasis has some wonderful trip connectors, some lovely lasers. Meanwhile, of course, the extension out towards the library side is now being set up by Discount. It's all by the books here for a Chalet, nothing too strange, which
10
is
seconds to
most
go.
of what we've seen in this game. Some early aggression from UVL and their defences, but for the majority part, that was punished, that was penalised by the side of Covered Project, so maybe in overtime we're going to see another glimpse of it here, but instead an opened up library, through lack of an Azami to hide behind. Quite a loose extension throughout the entirety of the map here for Covered Project. Means they can be isolated, but also gives them a lot of flexibility on how they move and how they play this round. UVL, though, if they're cohesive, play all together as one unit. They can just brute force these solo players one at a time. Let's wait and see as to what occurs here. Here the Blackbeard held on towards the rappel. Sent up close, playing it deftly by the MP7. But unable to find an angle, cautious of what might come in through trophy beneath. It's being droned out. He knows there's likely to be one coming on through this position. Relocates the FNAT mine, activates the trophy, white room window. Got teammates around him, but not at immediate touching distance. So if he goes down, it's going to be a second before a trade comes through, if one at all. So now the position has been confirmed here. UVL, they know what the game plan laid out in front of them is. It's all just about how do they convert it. Kezi, Discount, both in the basement here on opposing sides of this matchup. Troublesome of how they do. Kezi wants to go for Levy, but his cautious knows is one playing behind, and as soon as that Deimos starts to apply some pressure, if he's not quick to move, quick to act, judgment, there's going to be some pressure coming on through. So he swings down the gavel, finds the first pick, but now has to try and make it something more than that, because Discount's up on the backstab, will find a Deimos indeed, and sent with a beautiful pick on towards Costa. Takes the advantage right back the other direction here for the side of the Covered Project. It's UVL on the back foot here on match point. Trying to vie in here for these players, but some aggression by Covered Project will be punished. However, Bev, in and amongst the scrap, able to find a kill. But Mati brought down to a sliver of HP. A beautiful wall bang onto the Fenrir. And saving graces like that are what going to be get UVL out of this situation here. Cow and Hives going in. Spot if any players playing up close, but no. You got 2 up above, 1 below. Discount decides to forego the extended position, retreat back towards his teammates now, hunker this down. Covered Project, they've got this far by playing as a team, and they'll end this game playing as a unit. And UVL, back-to-back, Loza and Bonmati, they have been phenomenal this game, both of these guys. Some real great individual moments. But now they have to come together to pull off greatness. Up through Solarium. One on a drone, the other leading the charge with the Commando. Can't quite commit, trip connectors in the way. Can't quite deal with them either, because as you know, there's guns waiting for you. You burn the utility, but in doing so your teammate falls. You have to charge up on head, you can't quite go. Bevel finished the job, and with it, after all the trials and tribulations, the Covered Project will deny the full comeback, close the game out. Another one, 7-5, done and dusted. And with it, they will move on to their final game of the day, where they will be waiting up to see who they play. F2W 2.0 will be their opponent. And the winner of that one will be going through on towards the Operation Vaknan. It's now breaking point for these teams. The ice is as thin as ever. One's going to fall on through. One's going to find their way through to the next phase of the competition. 4 best of ones, 4 teams to qualify. I'm going to throw things off to a quick break, but when we're back, we're going to see who's going to sink and who's going to survive. Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen. Our final game of the day and the most important one yet. Our qualifying game here for Operation Vaknan. One of these two T2 behemoths will be going on through towards the group stage with a chance of making the playoffs and securing the points here. For one of them, it's going to be heartbreak at the final hurdle, and they will be knocked out of the running. Just a quick overview of the bracket as to see where things have lied. Of course, we will see in our game there, hopping up on the right, LLH versus Fans of Addicts. That is going to be our game, the one we are going to be watching this afternoon. Winner of this goes through, loser gets knocked out. That is the important point right now. Whoever loses this final game, there's no second chances, no do-overs. Your job is done. You are finished here in Vaknan. In our second quarter-final, technically, of the day, we're going to be seeing Nymph versus Souls Heart EU. Another banger of a game there. A bit more of an unknown one. I think some upsets them being there inside of that one. And it's certainly going to be a fun one to witness. The Cupboard Project versus F2W 2.0, and then, of course, Good Intentions waiting up for Owned Esports there in their one. So it's going to be quite a fun game. It's going to be quite an entertaining set of matches across the board here, but we've gone for the behemoth at the top of the standings. As we say, both teams have had some miraculous results this year, have played phenomenally well, but only one can completely awaken and get themselves through into the main competition and escape these qualifiers alive. Lenovo Legion Onved versus Fans of Addicts here on Nighthaven Labs. Who goes through? Who gets knocked out? We're going to have to wait and see, but of course, first, as always, the operator bans. Montaigne, Cade, removed off the board. No surprises there, as we always are used to seeing in these qualifiers. Nothing crazy with the bans. Nothing out of the ordinary, and I'd be very unsurprised to see anything strange here. Ace and the Bandit, par for the course here. Of course, that double hard breach denial ban, of course, the Cade and the Bandit being removed, does mean that the attackers are going to at least have a, on paper, easier time getting the walls open, and that's going to be essential. You've lost that ace, your key sort of ranged hard breach option for getting large openings in walls, meaning you just a Hibana, Thermite, or the can openers as your kind of options there. They're going to be going for the middle of those, of course, on the Thermite. He's a lot stronger now. He's got that third exothermic, the secondary shotgun as well. He does what he's always done best, just even better now, being that versatile sort of hard breach option there for teams. So no surprise there to see Toucan straight on towards him and going to be going for that one. As for what Honda are bringing towards the table, well, it's an equally standard lineup here for the top floor of Labs. Obviously, Double Mai, you know, we've spoken about it quite extensively lately, that sort of resurgence of him there. You know, getting that C4, combine it with the powerful weapon, super shorty that one added a little while ago. Adds a lot of power, adds a lot of finesse towards this operator, and makes it quite a strong pick, especially considering, you know, operators like Zofia are stronger now as well, where all of her utility is indeed going to be cancelled out by those magnets. So just having that extra utility there to counteract that, always going to be beneficial to have. The Azami, she's been banned quite a lot out today, actually, the Azami, you know. Many of our ban phases, she's kind of been taken out. I mean, due to the maps we've been playing, Cafe and Chalet, she's powerful on them. Still strong on Labs here, but not the priority for the banning strategy of FLA. Instead, they're going to be opting for, go for the walls, go for the focus there, and the Azure of Mute. It will be a roadblock for sure, but a temporary little bump in the street. Nothing more substantial than that, unlikely to be. Already here. The exothermic's getting to work. The well-oiled machines of Fans of Addicts making a steady clear here across the top floor. Spot out Dodo, playing an aggressive angle here inside a connector. Unsure whether he's fully retreated, so just going to push on in with an air of caution around him, Toucan. And again, it's a nice adaptation here from Honvid. They've left the second wall for connector open, meaning that the wall that you'd really want open there for Toucan, he can't quite get it open, he can't bridge the gap, but Delye, he's able to bridge a bullet into the head of Azza. First one to fall. Will be on the defensive side. It's a good start here for Fans of Addicts, who have been able to get an uncontested first pick in the first minute or so at a round, and with the utility flooding on through, Toucan could make the bridge across if he wants to, but they are cautious. They know Dodo's inside of electrical. He's going to get spotted out by the bees, take a little bit of damage. Retreats on back. And he's the big problem right now for Fans of Addicts. They want to clear him out. They need to clear him out if they want to get this other side of the connector wall opened up with the Thermite. But A strong line being held by Joker and Dodo are just restricting them really from doing that, despite all this commitment of this utility here. They're unable to bridge. Well, they will hold the man advantage now. Fans of Alex need to increase the pace a little bit here if they don't want to start worrying about that clock. The Shamika gets to work, looking to bridge that clock back further. They're all opened up. The next phase of this attack will begin. How do you bridge the gap in towards the objective? You force the players out of electrical. And away. AGM Ollie, he's down below on the Zofia. Hunting for any roamers, there's not going to be any, and can instead use the impacts there. A lot of damage on towards Joker, then finished off by Dynamite. Two-man lead now, grabbed by the side of Fans of Addicts. Make it a third as well. Dynamite able to connect so many great heads with that DMRs. Block goes down, it's all up to Venoms. Gets the player going for the defuse, but he was defenseless. He doesn't have a gun, and unfortunately the 4 other players of Fans of Addicts remain. Do hold guns up, and those guns clicking heads today, it seems. Clean start to the attacking half here, Fans of Addicts. A very efficient top clean through there of our command server site. And honestly, I've got to give Fans of Addicts some credit for that attack there inside of that one. A really, really strong opening round there for the boys. Exactly kind of what you want to see there, and unfortunately, as you see, this 1v5 just wasn't quite meant to be there. So we'll be going out. We'll be a 1-0 lead, but it's okay, right? It's not the end of the world. There are worse things that have occurred, and as we say, we've seen some pretty wild comebacks today. I'm sure we'll probably see some more as the day goes on. Of course, as we say, it's our final game, so whatever happens here, this is all we'll be watching. We know our confirmed teams for group stages of the competition.
Bomb located
In the
by
next
attackers.
hour or so. Convid down towards the basement now. Not happy with how that top floor went in the slightest. Only 1 kill they could amass as a roster. And it honestly just seemed like routine work for Fans of Addicts there. Not really pressed, not really feeling too difficult for themselves all throughout that one. Just quite easily able to sort of sweep across the map there, and constant stream of pressure flurrying in from some great players on their side. You know, Ollie down below on the Zofia. Got player, you know, Dynamite getting the heads with the DMR. Just all of that pressure culminated in Honda just not standing much of a chance just there. As you say, early days, it's a different game plan here on this bottom floor. You've got a lot more wiggle room to kind of play around. You're not having to, you know, all hunker down on that objective. You can extend your wings a little bit, fly above, play that vertical with a little bit of life here, and that's exactly what Glock's looking to do here on the Azami. Catches the player and spots him through as the keeper's setting, knows he's out there, but can't commit towards the gunfight, but the information will be filling through him. Delyi knows it. Cautious of any shenanigans, any run-outs business from there. You are vulnerable on that staircase. You've got 2 angles to watch, and you can't watch both at the same time. One, of course, from Aqua, one, of course, from Rafters. He's going to wait for the rest of the team to clear across before committing up, and it's the blitz of Toucan. Very quick work at this second floor here. It's a nice, easy, great roam clearing tool, because you can just charge on ahead with the drones as well, and you can do so for relatively low risk. Clean job, Fans of Addicts so far. Top floor control established. Now can look towards on the first floor, which is where the meat of this defense is seemingly going to lie at the moment. Nice little bait C4 there from Dodo. The idea is the player charges Venoms on the clash, charges into him, goes close, and then slams him on down. Minute 30 on the clock. Halfway through this round. No kills yet. The guns have fallen pretty silent here, but it's not through a lack of progress, because here we go. Jaeger payload deployed onto Joker, who's pretty far out here inside of Cafeteria. He's going to need to have his eyes kept on. Dynamite's making work now with booty drones. Down towards the site below. Most of the defenders have retreated now. The only one on the first floor is going to be Joker, and it's rare we see such a deep extension from a defensive side and retreat down to the basement with pretty much no show of force, no showing of action, instead just entirely going away. Joker's got no way out now other than through the offense, so he is going to either have to kill or be killed if he wants to get back down towards the objective. Azza coming up by Vendin to play some support. It's a 5v5, shaping up to be a 20-second execute reminiscent of the old days. Joker's phone is gone. It's a blessing in disguise for him. It means he can play this deep position without having to worry about a phone call coming in. He's seeking to go in instead, but he will be caught on the way. Delye is traded back though immediately there by Glock, who's found his way up top, but the diffuser, it's hitting the ground inside of the objective. It's going to be stuck successfully. Pull on back out that he will. Ollie and Toucan can hold it from the external breach. The other two are fans of Alex up from above, and Homvid yet again in a really tricky spot here with a man disadvantage equalised by Joker, but a 3v3. You've got the clash, you can grab the shield, try and gain some space that way. But with the horizontal pressure to vertical as well, this retake from Joker here in towards storage side has to be successful, but it's not going to be. Fans of Addicts now able to just close this one out nice and cleanly. Perfect positions, job will be done. And a 2-0 lead here for FOA as Omvid fizzle out there towards the end of that round. It was a equally paced round there with both sides looking quite good, but it's just kind of ninja plant there from Toucan getting in towards the site. Didn't even notice the operation, the assembly breach there getting opened by myself going out towards that external wall. It just kind of happened. It's like, oh, he's got the wall open and he's inside the site. Honvid weren't paying attention there. They were expecting a top-down execute, weren't ready for it, and just unable to connect the retakes, unable to connect the final 2 picks there. Great play from fans of Addicts. Deserved round win for them. Tertiary bomb site now for Homvid, as they really need to start to pick up the pace here. When we talk about Nighthaven Labs, we talk about a 4-2 split in the favour of the defence. Keen-eyed amongst you will notice at the top of your screen. Fans of Addicts, they've already got the 2 they need out of this half, and we are 2 rounds in. Now, if that's not a good sign, I don't know what is. Homvid really need to get together and quickly, because spoke about it at length today, the volatility of this best-of-1 format. Oh. Games go by quickly, and your life can flash before your eyes before you know it. 4-0 lead can quickly spiral down from there. You have to be careful. 3 up above, 2 on the site floor here for the defense. As for the attack, much of what's worked for them already. Just a balanced lineup, a jack of all trades, master of none. Allows them to supply a slow, steady stream of pressure onto these defenders, force them back, and you don't really give them the gap to find a gunfight, because that's what Honvid will be searching for. Fans of Addicts, though, they're a roster of experience, a roster of discipline. They are not going to be giving away any silly mistakes there for the defense to capitalise upon. This army plays such a vital role here in this defense. This Rafters, it can control so much territory, but with that mirror window there, it's difficult. Ollie shuts down Venoms, hits him with the question mark. He's dropped dead to the floor. A disgusting angle there. I think if shot through the window, possibly, maybe. C4 goes, doesn't quite connect. Toucan escapes with a sliver of HP. Should be able to get IT wall opened up. No issues whatsoever. There's Mute Jammer, but it's okay. You've got the vertical, you find the angle, you'll hear a shot in a second. Or not, because the Mute Jammer is on both sides. It's actually entrenched deep, you can't get it, which means you've now got a clear Glock, because if you keep exposing your head to that wall, it's going to get taken off there. Instead, you just use the show of force, use the boogie drones. One Mute Jammer found, you know the other one's likely to be on the other side immediately. Again, just being very careful of this Azami. You know she's there. She will instead get pushed back by the air jab, unable to commit. Glock sprints back across the gap on towards the other side. Knows his days here. A number has one more keeper barricade to cover a potential escape. But it's going to have to be placed down perfectly if he does want to do such a thing. Flashbang zing. Push across the top floor here. They see the mirror window deep, but there's no one playing behind it. No. Fans of Addicts, they're not sure of that entirely. They'll smoke it off and push it as if there was someone there, but there's not to be. Glock retreats away. Top floor cleared. 50 seconds to go, and the boogie drones are already on their work. Honvid will be seeking for a gap inside of this one here, vacating the objective fully, playing loosely around it. Hoping fans of Addicts go too direct, and then you can collapse in on around them. That's your opportunity, that's your goal. But with 30 seconds left to go, you're about to get the full brunt of an attack here, and the guns fans of Addicts, well, you might fall down a hatch, but I don't really think it's going to matter. Never mind, it was a stroke of genius. You know Az is underneath. He's the only one that can stop this right now, and you find him. A second kill to follow. And Omvid, yet again, facing this post-plant situation retake. Walking to site, Joker goes down. Glock to follow, and a flawless. Fans of Addicts are on their stride right now, looking the best we've seen them in months. And as it stands, Honvid can do absolutely nothing. Their numbers will dwindle, their kills will be low. And they're left perplexed here at the quarter mark. What do we do? Where do we go? Because right now, what we called our match of the day might just be our quickest match of the day instead. Back up to top floor now. Honvid, where is their answer going to be for themselves? That is what we're asking. That's what I'm hoping. The thing is, it's just such a clean execute there. Like, I thought it was a mistake, Delye dropping down that hatch, if I'm being honest, but they knew Azza was down there. Perfect position on where he was. They get the kill they need, and well, Domino just sets the rest of the round in motion. Such an incredible play, such a great movement. And really, for fans of Addicts, a show of force right now. Ollie, Dynamite, 8-0 between the two of them. You throw Delye into the mix, it's 12-1. Insane statistics. Meanwhile, on the side of Honvid, 2 players on a donut, the other 3 a kill apiece. It's not where you need to be. They've been able to get a kill for every round effectively here, the defense. And on what you should call the favorable side of a Nighthaven Labs, it's just not enough. Not at all in the slightest, and you've lost that mirror as well, something you built so many of your setups around. And Honvid, the loss of the Thermite will sting indeed, but they can bring the can openers, and it certainly doesn't feel like that ban phase is going to affect them as negatively as maybe it will his defense. "30 seconds in. Honvid seeking the C4 from Joker here, can go big. If it is able to connect over towards someone, you know they're not bringing the Hibana at the moment, or you're at least going to suspect it so. You know if they're placing hard breach, it's got to be close on by. You hear it come on through, or you hear the Volt in this case. You could toss the C4, get a nice easy pick for yourself. Just wait for the sound call, wait for the confirmation. Timing is everything in this moment, but it could give you that free pick, that opening win that you need here to start the snowball and to completely interrupt the momentum the fans of Addicts. Azza, yet again, inside of E-Box, being heavily pinged out here by the Beehives. Move away from behind the rack. But Vexy has the right idea. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the right aim. He will lose that gunfight. Azza takes a world of damage for it, sure, but he's still alive. He's still kicking. Toucan brute forces up ahead. The C4 from Joker gone. His connector space is free for him to move up on. Waiting for that smoke to dissipate now. Common pre-fire being held and find a free pick off the back of it. Ability thrown by the defense not to be activated just yet. You know about the one Aqua here. Fans of Addicts piecing together their puzzle. But Honvid, they're playing cautiously, not to give away when they don't need to be. Toucan goes down. Delye brought to a sliver. Glock retreats on away. And with it, he's gone. Honvid, no. They could have won that gunfight, sure, but it's a could have. It's not a guarantee. It's only a possibility. A likelihood. Honvid don't want to take that chance. They don't want to take that gambit right now. It's a 2v5 effectively. Made a 1v5 by Venoms. Ollie up Aqua stairs. Can't get anything going at all. And Honvid, they will respond with the flawless round of fans of Addicts. A flawless round of their own. An awakening here in round number 4. And Honvid, while a half that be favourable, the possibility of that is long gone. A game that is salvageable remains the option for them here, but they're still going to need to chain the next 2 rounds together. But they can carry the momentum across, and there's that possibility certainly lies. We'll have to wait, we'll have to see. I mean, the slow and steady approach there for fans of Addicts, that's been working for them so well. It's finally been read into. Lack of visibility provided by the missing Thermite really made things difficult inside of that one here, and you watched her as the clock dwindles down. They just have to play more Hail Mary, and it's just not working for them at all. Indeed, Puffo, fans of Addicts, they have been cooking this first half, but I don't know. Never count out Onvid. There's a reason they're so high in the T2 standings at the moment. I'm actually not sure where they lie. Let's get on Liquipedia while this prep phase happens and have a look, because I should be quite curious to know who is going to be on that circuit. Who is going to be sitting along the top here. Challenger circuit overview. Drum roll, please. Point standings. Yeah, Onvid is second still. Fans of Alex on fifth. So, as we say, both T2 giants, and this is the thing. Obviously, all the secondary circuits, secondary tournaments are worth the same amount of points. So you have your longer tournaments like your Voltage series, your ELCs that last a multitude of months. This tournament, effectively, if you can play properly, it's 4 play days. You win here, you win next Saturday, you don't need to play next Sunday then, and then you just play playoffs. It's effectively 4 play days, 4 best of 1s, 2 best of 3s, and a best of 5. That's all you actually need to win this tournament, which is a lot less than Voltage. So it's easy points, really, for these teams. It's short points for them. I think easy would be misselling it. It's not. Just because it's quick doesn't mean it's going to be a straightforward fight. So, especially fans of Addicts who are vying for the points right now, they're going to be wanting this tournament more than anything. And well, they start off this round successfully there. Glock doing a bit of self-damage with a C4, but he's happy to trade it because it means he gets 2 card. 4v4, catches a bit of Delhi's butt running away. And Ollie, lucky to escape with his life there, needs some support. Luckily, there's a second coming in from Warehouse, and Joker knows he has to play his position with a degree of carefulness. Luckily, though, there's a yellow ping on towards the play. You've got to give credit to the Valkyrie cameras there. No, it's the default cam that's still up. Somehow, Joker has been an absolute nuisance here, allowed to get away with this one. Fans of Addicts, they're scrambling around right now, but in the chaos, they're able to excel. Know about the one on Cargo Stairs. There's a Candela with your name on it going through, but Venoms finds the picks anyway. Retreats on back down towards the basement, back towards the site. Onvid can dig their feet in. Fans of Addicts well. They've now got problems to solve. And one of those problems is called Joker, who can't be tagged by the Jaeger payload anymore. He just has to be shot in the face. And he's going to be shooting back. Finds Dynamite here, doing the Lord's work on the top floor. Finds his second. Reduces fans of Addicts just to 1. And Vexy, well, he's in a rock and a hard place right now. Has to deal with this Ella. She's on a sliver of HP. Well-placed pre-fire will get the job done. Does Joker even want to chance it at this point? I think he might just leave. Go back down towards the safety of site. Vexy has the safe idea. The only difference is the site's not safe for him. He's going to walk in towards a Toxic Babe, walk into a Death Trap, and Honvid will find their second. Got to give credit to the Ella up top. She's cooking us up a storm. Up at the moment. Great start to these couple of rounds here. Honvid really bringing this recovery on through. Really bringing the best of their game. Well, with it, a game of this caliber, with a game of this going, what can we bring to the table? What can we do? This is the big question right now. It's starting to heat up here. Our qualifying match, as we said, it's tough proportions for these two sides. And fans of Addicts, maybe that comfortability they laid in the first few seconds isn't quite going to be enough for them to go on through here in towards the next chunk of the game. Speaking of next chunk of the game, it's shaping up to be a banger. It's not that 7-0 we thought it might be for a second, so I think we might need some backup to cast it. I don't know. We just might.
Just might.
Who invited you here? How did you get here?
I've snuck on back. I found my way. Oh my goodness. I found my way somehow back. You know, I'm a hacker. I did 5 years of computer science, and I still don't know how to open up a Word doc, but I can hack into the stream. And what have I missed?
Oh, wow, it was a 3-0 start for fans of Addicts. They were looking phenomenal. Spectacular even, and maybe just like the start of this round, looking great. But Honvid, 2 rounds on a string now, one of them flawless. They've been fighting back, and Puffo, it's our qualifying game. This is a make or break. It's a big one.
Oh Oh, wow. Okay. From what I do recall, Hanvet are the number 2 teams when it comes down to the standings for EML points, at least for the points qualifying you to the grand finals of T2. So fans of Addicts are going to have themselves quite a challenger there. And, well, I did see earlier, was it 3-0 for fans of Addicts?
It was. They started this game off flawlessly. Honvid had 3 kills when fans of Addicts were 3 kills up. Like, I thought this was going to be a 7-0. Hand on heart, at that moment in time, I thought this was done. But yet again, we have a team fighting back. You appeared in the chat and Honvid are fighting back, so you're obviously their spirit guardian. Now the question is, can they hold on this top floor?
Tizai to guide them through. Chicano is going to take a bit of damage. A swing up close. The shotgun will finish the job, and that's Joker stepping in, but Venom's leaving in the meanwhile thanks to Deli's hands. Fans of Addicts, they don't get to keep that lead, however, as it's Glock picking up Dynamite elsewhere. And, well, this upper floor, quite heavy with blood. A lot of it stained, but Akmoli, right next to site, he's going to have to rely on his teammates to make their headway there. And Travi, now it's all down to the lone standing Glock, dropping onto Warehouse, looking for ones, and Vexus is going to be his first challenger.
Gets a bit of damage done on towards this Lion, but a frag grenade thrown back by the French operator. Position is known. Fans of Addicts, they know how to play this to perfection here. They'll stick down to the fuse, play it reserved. I think they've recognised Honvid have some stake in this game now. They can fight it back indeed. The EU1D going to rain on out, and this offense, they'll play it safe, retake the vertical, just let this clock dribble down towards 0, and there's very little here this Azami can do to get back in towards this one, unless she's got 2 isolated 1v1s right now, but the clock working against her doesn't give her a lot of time. Diffuser has been found, has been located. He's just going to try and stick it. Is he going to try and ride this all the way? No, gets off it. He's able to find the Lion, but he has to do this here. He has to do this now. Can Ollie find the angle? He will, and fans of Addicts will get the 4-2 split.
Oh, this is great for their defense. As for the side of Lenavon, but they're going to need to step things up going into the attack. Nighthaven Labs, I don't know if you've talked about it, Travi, but tends to be a bit more defender-sided. So 4-2 split heading onto the attack. I don't know, man. Not the best of continuations, but hey, if fans of Addicts could get 4 rounds on their attack, who says that LLH can't?
And this is the thing. You look at the roster of LLH, right, Puffo? You've got players like Azza, players like Venoms, who have just been around for essentially ever.
Yeah.
Like when the founding fathers of Siege made Siege, Venoms was right there.
He was there. He is on the the Mount Rushmore.
The Mount Rushmore. Who else is on the Mount Rushmore of Siege? Canadian, Pengu, Cyber, Venoms. Tazdog.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. The Mount Rushmore or the Round Mushmore gives more than just 4 opportunities, okay?
Yeah. We need quite a big Mount Rushmore of Siege. We've got a lot of like cool people in this game, you know.
We do.
Instead of like a mountain, how about we have a planet Rushmore?
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
That's
defused by
pretty.
attackers.
You know what? I like that idea. Let's take it up with Ubisoft Inc.
Yeah, right. No, we'll have a call with them after this. Call John Ubisoft and see what he's got to say.
Yeah, you know, on speed dial, we tend to chat with him every now and then because we're so close to John Ubisoft.
Yeah, it's even why we call him John. We're on first name basis with him. You know, we're just that close.
The location of a bomb.
Yeah, he walks up to me and he goes Bob and he goes Trevor. That's what he calls us, right, Trevor?
Right. Listen here. I was nice. I let you back on this stream.
I'm sorry. It's been too long.
Me regret my choices.
I'm sorry. It's never happening again. Actually, I've said that the last time, but I'm really trying my best. I'm trying to get better. Okay, Travi. I promise I am.
Hit me with a Trevor again there, and I was about to go. You.
Thank God I'm not in the UK. Otherwise, you would have been closing in on my location very rapidly.
Who says I'm not? After this game.
Oh no, in trouble. After this game, I'm gonna start taking cover. But Ollie, I think Ollie should have been the one taking cover as well, because now Travi, those up-nats, they can't be repositioned. Meaning wherever they're activated, that's where they're gonna remain stuck.
It is, and off memory, they weren't all on the floor either, but the bodies of fans of Addicts, well, they're certainly hitting the floor in this round as it gets Delyi, and it's a 3v5 position. Another operator that can move her utility about the map, the Azami, she's gone as well, and all of this active utility fans of Addicts brought to the table, quite ultimately, where's it gone? Absolutely nowhere.
Absolutely nowhere. Venom's using his nice little EMP mines, or rather blast shocks, whatever you want to consider them, to get rid of some other pieces of utility to potentially allow information gathering to be easier for the side of LL on Vid. But in the meanwhile, we talked about it, right? If Fans of Addicts had such a good streak on the attack, LL8 seem to be doing just about as fine because they're in a 5v3. Fans of Addicts, they remain calm for now, you know, at 5v3. This is the statistically most clutchable number. You know, when it comes down to clutches in Rainbow Six Siege, I think the most amount that we've had is through 5v3s.
5v3s. And what scares me as well here is there's 3 C4s in the back pocket of Fans of Addicts right now. They can just hide behind these hard covers like we're seeing here from Toucan, and he will just wait for someone to walk into his line of sight, into the death grip that he has, and the C4 will go in. Kill will be confirmed. Joker's underneath, which makes it a 4v3 horizontally. You just got to be careful where you step, Vexy. There's a world where Fans of Addicts bring this back, but it's going to require a degree of perfection for them, and it's going to be a tough sell.
Canoe might have an opportunity soon, but he can't peek his head. He can't uncrouch. There is a reloading Zofia right beneath him, and a good one by Dynamite, although Tucano, sadly, he's going to fall. We get to lose that vision. Venom shuts down the swinging mirror and leaving Vexy now in a 1v4. Troubling cause, good pre-fire, but Dudu is going to instantly shut that down. No clutch for them. And so it seems like LL8 are slowly starting to step back up.
Exactly what we saw from Fans of Addicts in their first few rounds of the attack there. Just that clean, consistent pressure on towards that bomb site, eventually finding the gaps because one of the defenders feels uncertain. They don't like the fact that they're not in control, so they step out of line and they go for a play. They go to be the hero, and in doing so, they become the villain, the undoing of their own side. It's what we saw cause Onvid to struggle in the first couple of rounds, and if Fans of Addicts do the same again, they're going to suddenly be finding themselves out of the lead. And yet again, Puffo, we could have a tied game.
We could. We could very much have a tied game. A nice little 4-4, then we go into overtime, which we sadly didn't see in the first match today, but would definitely be worth it inside of and again, an amazing matchup. I mean, I'm lucky. I don't know what happened between the other games, but the only 2 games I've been seeing today have been phenomenal teams.
Yeah, and even the second game we had today was a 7-5 as well. It was a really, really close game between ULV and the Coveted Project, which is a pretty interesting team name. Coveted Project ended up winning that one.
Of course they did.
I mean, of course it did. It's my former teammate. I only team with like the best players in this game. It was Gatti. So, yeah.
Travi only goes with a peak of the crop. You know, he's played with Penguin, he's played with Ice, he's played with everyone, but no one has stood up to Travi, or no one has been able to match Travi's aura.
No one does. No one matches my aura. I'm just aura 1000 all of the time. Exactly like Fans of Addicts are at the moment. They are just aura farming through this game. Dynamite and Delyi especially. 14 kills between them, Puffo, across 7 rounds of Siege. That's literally a kill apiece each round, guaranteed to them having an impact, which is so huge in a game like this.
100%. In the meanwhile, though, we speak of one of these high-standing players. Venoms will feel it. Venoms is going to feel the wrath of Dynamite as he explodes into the arena, finding the Ying again, meaning Candelas will now be dimmed out of the competition. At the same time, though, it's an early advantage. This one was claimed by LLH in the previous round. Sadly, they won't have the prestige of it this time.
And the Ying, your execute utility, your Candelas that you can use to blind players, give you that space to push up the smokes as well. The only ones on this lineup, they're now gone for this attack, limiting their options here on how they want to cross spaces like this. The openings on that connector wall will favour the defense. Azza, down below, he was going for something, realises there's nothing to find, moves to support the rest of the team now. As Fans of Addicts, they're spread out across the map here, and it's all up to Honvid to find out where the weakest point is.
Kano trying to find himself a 1v1 against Joker downstairs. Hopefully he's able to walk out alive, because again, Fans of Addicts do not want to give equilibrium to the man count of LLH. In the meanwhile, though, there's a fair amount of players down towards this horizontal, and Joker's seeking to scout them all out with his gadget, the Solid Snake radar, if you might. is the perfect piece of utility to really find out in a wide range of area, in an area of wide range to seek out anyone. Clock in the meanwhile going to try and put himself towards Raptor. There are those Kiba barriers, but we're going to make it a very one-sided battle if he were to try and approach it. He has no nades, nor Roteras, anything to really get rid of that utility. So for now, he's going to flash and get out.
So much pressure starting to build up on towards these defensive players right now. You wouldn't be able to tell just feeling of this game that Honvid are the ones in the man disadvantage at the moment. Fans of Alex are being squeezed for everything they've got, but they're able to survive the Tempest for the moment, keep themselves going, and with 30 seconds left to go on the clock, it requires Honvid to get aggressive, requires them to go, but the only one getting aggressive is Dynamite, who's fined free inside of the round. Dodo, Glock together in Warehouse have to push on up to try and get the job done here, but Dynamite, he finds his fourth, storming ahead, hunting for this ace, and when Glock's the final man standing, 2 will rob his teammate of the glory, but that doesn't matter because the job, it's been done.
Done and dusted. Fans of Addict since that beginning. They have been raining terror over LLH. They tried to enter into Warehouse, met at the opposite end of that barrel from Dynamite, and you know what, LLH, they still spread themselves out thin so they could find a bit of retribution 2-kill-wise, but in the end, then they split up again. Dynamite found his fourth, even though the ace was stolen, it matters not. Again, team coalition by Fans of Addicts. And just like that, now they're a round away from match point. We thought that LLH were going to potentially be able to match them
Defenders,
in their
protect your
attacking
bombs from being
performance,
defused
but
by attackers.
it doesn't seem like you can do it as good as Fans of Addicts.
The big thing, I think, for Fans of Addicts is they've worked out what wasn't working on the defense a lot quicker. Like I said, it was that constant pressure, and this time around, Fans of Addicts have been able to kind of break out of that net the attacker placing on them, get that 1 kill, and then they're fine being trapped in a net because they've got a man advantage. They can play the trade game if it comes to a 20-second execute. They're comfortable enough inside of the chaos, in the eye of that storm, to really just bring it all together. Loving what I'm seeing from FOA right now. I think Honvid, it's a rude awakening for them losing that round, Puffo. I think, like you say, they were hoping to replicate Fans of Addicts' attacks. They're going to have to do so now because you lose this round, it's not just match point, it's qualification point.
It would be quite ironic if the second half would go in the exact same order as the first. Fans of Addicts winning 3 rounds, then LLH having to win 3 back. But again, it would also be quite threatening, as you mentioned. Match points, you can't afford to lose a single one. There's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of stress on a player's mind when doing that. But as in the meanwhile, did he just cancel his exothermic as a flaw? I wonder what the decision behind that was. Maybe a potential last-second call by the IGL for him to focus all his exothermics elsewhere. Whatever the case, I guess there's going to be somewhere else where his attention is needed, and that somewhere else we can speak of as the attackers are going to go for a top-to-bottom clear. Again, this is that tertiary middle ground site where we did see the last round of the first half finish off, and LLH, while they couldn't clutch it, now it's their time to attack.
And it will continue to be that kind of steady clear of attack we've seen throughout these rosters, both these sides. The Deimos, the Snake, the Dokubi, this horrible trifecta if you're a roaming defender. You can see Fans of Addicts don't really want anything to do with any of it here. They're all playing together, they're all playing in this tight weave, because at the moment, if they step out of it, they get punished. Instead, inside of it, Azza will fall. The Snake goes down. The Solace gets the death mark as well with the Jaeger payload. She steps onto the mute jammer. A safe haven, but how long can that last?
Oh, Glock is seeking for a vengeance shot. Delhi is going to bring it down from bad to worse. LLH losing 2 major players. It's those exothermics now taken off. You have no more roam clearage, or at least not nearly as powerful as it was earlier. Your main breach is gone. Verticality is going to get threatened and shot from a sideline. Glock down. That's the case as well. Only now the death mark is going to make it standing, but I'd say that's a bit too late. Joker finds retaliation. Vexus falls. Dynamite will make sure that Dudu does not have anything remaining. Now the nade out into the flash. Joker takes a bit of damage, and Akmoli barely standing after that nade struck him down, brought him to his last bits of HP, but Dynamite can always back up his teammates. And that's just Fans of Addicts showing how well their team coalition proves on this roam game.
The angle from Vex is there, all the way back inside of control. Yeah. No one plays there, because you saw it. The Deimos up above has an easy sightline on towards him. No one plays there, because as soon as you get spotted, you're dead. But because no one plays there, no one expected it from Honvid. Fans of Addicts right now are just toying with Honvid. These mind games, this back and forth, it's separating them right now, and they've gotten themselves this qualification point so early on inside of this series. We're 10 rounds in, Puffo, and this 10th round could be the final one.
everything just split apart, especially, I'm talking not only in the fact that LLH are losing rounds, but look at their entire setup, even in the previous round, and both of the two previous rounds. They lose a player, then every individual on the team tends to go seeking for a venture of their own to attempt and find a kill, something to even out the score, but they just dig themselves deeper down the hole that is fans of Addicts. And if this continues, well, we can already see the result this is heading towards.
And LLH, they'll have their backs up against the wall now. It was in our previous match, actually, Puffo. It was 6-2 going the way of the Cupboard project, and it ended 7-5, so the comeback almost happened there from 4 rounds down. There's only 3 rounds to cross here, so it's not impossible as heard of. And if there's any players here, you know, Honvid, they have some great names on this roster. They have the modicum of experience to get the job done. Again, I think it's going to sit on the players who are having a bit of a quieter game, because on Fans of Alex, you've got some players who, it might only be a qual, but look at Dynamite. He's having a life game at the moment.
100%. 14-4 is nothing to scoff at. And again, you're going to place him on an amazing operator within this round as well. Put him on that MP5K, make sure he has a C4, the Wamai gadgets to keep himself and his team safe from utility. It's just a perfect combination. As long as, alongside that, the way that fans of Addicts have been allowing him to help, right? And again, anyone from LLH, they try taking 1v1s, fans of Addicts, they just set Dynamite forward, let off his fuse, and say, you go at it. You wreck some stuff up, and he's been doing exactly that.
Sometimes the best thing you can do is just enable the man who's playing like he's got everything to prove to the world. You put a good gun in his hands, like you say, Puffer, and you just let him rock them out of this match, out of this tournament. Honvid, minute in, yet again, no opening pick to be found. They'll be playing this one cautiously, knowing one mistake could be the start of the end for them here. You've got the buck, you can send him down below, but you've got to make sure it's clear first. Due diligence here on the drone work will be needed, because there's no one down below, sure, but you've got to watch what verticality has been opened, because fans of Addicts, they're not going to let you have this space underneath for free.
100%, especially when they're right around the edge of winning, and they've seen that LLH can make those 3 rounds and continuum. Glock, in the meanwhile, has snuck himself into IT, and if anyone dares to swing from fans of Addicts, it might cost them their life. Glock flicking above, Dynamite falls. That's the hot hand to fans of Addicts. Now they're going to need to cool themselves down, because they've lost 1. They can't afford to lose another. As for the side of LLH, they can put up the Glock in return, and Ollie has pushed up, will retreat to side in hopes that he does not get his head taken off.
If you're fans of Alex, you've lost your star player. Now's the time to prove that you're more than just a player. The fact that you are a team that, well, unlike your opponent at the moment, you are a legion, a unit that can play together for yourselves. 4 versus 4, 60 seconds left to go on side of this clock. Ollie retaking in towards electrical control, giving Vexy the space to retreat on back. You pop the FNAT, leave the space go. You don't need to play your life there. You don't need to go down. Instead, it's going to be a game of waiting out. The utility floods on in. Joker finds Ollie here. Advantage for Honvid inside of this round. Now they need to convert this man advantage.
Are LLH going to start it once more? Venom's waiting patiently for Deli. It works out. Look at Tucano repeating the same mistakes. LLH, they just don't learn their lesson. And Vexus, we've seen this before. A clutch situation, and this time it will not go any different. LLH, they're slowly starting to step back. Travi, it's the same as the first half. 3 rounds for fans of Addicts. LLH, only 2 more to go for that OT.
Only 2 to go now. The closer we get, the more tantalizing it sounds. As you say, it's eluded us all day. We want an overtime. The players, I don't know if they're going to quite echo our sentiment on that one. I think they're really going to want to just try and get this done. If you're fans of Addicts, you're given an option for a 7-3. It's a sound thing as well, right? A 7-3 sounds like an easy game. You go 7-4, 7-5, it's a close match. You go overtime, it was a really tight one. So it's kind of in that middle ground of you just don't want to let this one slip, fans of Addicts. You know you can do this. Play it calm, play it comfortably, on towards this mid-floor bomb site. And I love this because it gives you so much room. And in large, spacious battles, I think that's where fans of Addicts have really been excelling in this game.
Oh, 100%. I mean, as much as I would like to say that they've been the best in basements, or rather on the upper floor, because it would very nicely feed into the pun, Addicts, or the fans of Addicts. Do you get it though? No, do you get it?
I got it. It's really funny.
No, do you get
really,
it? It's
yeah. I do.
Addicts
are like up the top, yeah.
Yeah.
And they're fans of them, because, yeah.
Yeah, you should really not have let me back in.
I shouldn't. You know what? I'm going to make a team called Air Conditioners of Basements, just to be annoying.
Okay. Wait, what does Panahune translate to, by the way? I'll make a tune
Boiler
that's called,
room.
I don't know. Yeah, I'll call, well, what's the opposite of boiler room? Anti-boiler room? There we go.
Freezer.
Freezer. We'll make a tune called Freezer, but it's not in English, just so it's going by the same trend. But LLH, they're sweating right now. Again, I don't know how their mental works exactly, but it seems like the more they lose, the more they gain. It's that sort of a rampage playstyle they have. When they're down 3 rounds, they're going to start amping up their playstyle more and more until they can eventually reach their opponents in the Cat and Mouse game. And again, this is what they need to do now. In the meanwhile, though, Joker, he's right off to it. Dally falls. That is going to be the Izami, and that is peak value from finding an operator.
What do they say about Wolves, Puffo? They're most dangerous when their backs are up against the wall. Right now, Onvid certainly proving that saying true. Get the opening pick here, and fans of Alex left reeling on that one. A Razor Bloom tossed towards the way of IT, denies an easy vault in for the offense there. Just one less thing for Toucan to worry about, one less position for him to have to keep an eye on here. This is attack circulating around it now. Want to make the advance. The utility charging up on ahead, as is with the Blackbeard. But a deep position from Vexy, going to be a hard one to clear.
No wall banks coming his way just yet. He's going to hold this one steady, waiting for all the attackers to charge on in, but this is going to be one of those moments.
Dynamite
is met with a shield. Look at Dynamite's flying, though. He's going to pick off 2, making it look easy. A jump in now, and a 9 from Dynamite! Bringing it to a gunfight is crazy, yet he still somehow makes it work. Joker and Azar now just spread across the entirety of this map and left absolutely shocked with what they've seen on the kill feed.
It's done! The job's finished there. Dynamite, he has had a lifetime of a game here inside of this one. And with it, Honvid now firmly in the gutter, firmly in the trenches. Joker trying his best. He can't quite connect. Azza, F2 in hand, one of the best guns in the game. But who's on the other side of that doorway? It's none other than the man, the hero of the hour. It's Dynamite. And the fans of Alex, they've all come round to support him as they swing on in, get the job done. The game will be theirs, and with it, they will qualify to the Operation Vaknan group stage.
Oh my god, what the... Oh.
Agreed.
Oh, I had to stop myself there. What the hell are they feeding Dynamite? What the hell is he doing in tier 2?
What the helly? How do you do that? How does a human get away with that one? Like,
Dynamite, please get us to platinum. Get us to hello?
Dynamite in Twitch chat just now, here to defend my Nordic crown. Statement like that.
I don't think anyone's going to want to fight Dynamite ever again.
Can we just let him have it? Like, after that, just show everyone the clip and just be like, look at this. Yeah, you don't want to play against that. No. Like, that's just something else, Puffo, isn't it? That is just, oh.
As I've been taught by the UK people, that is silly.
That is silly.
We
will use that word. That is indeed a bit of silly siege, I think is probably the best way to try and describe that one in terms of what it was. But what did you make to the end of that game? Because, you know, Honvid, for a moment, I believed.
Same, I did. I mean, Joker found the opening. It was actually really reminiscent to some of the previous rounds, but yeah, I was the end of the round again, or rather that midpoint of the round. What was the end of LLH inside of these Nordic qualifiers? Dynamite, the second he struck, we already knew what was happening. We already knew what time it was. Vexus was holding a good spot, right? But then you just see that silhouette of Dynamite coming up from behind due to falls the Blackbeard as well. And I thought he was going to get refragged here, but he gets the knife somehow. Yeah, what is that inhuman reaction?
It's just insane. The fact that a player is able to get away with something like that in a qualifier against what is currently, on paper, in the standings, the second best team we have in the T2. And we qualify 2 teams to EML at the end of this whole circuit, Puffo. So they're kind of on that line, kind of in the queue for it. And I can't lie, they've just been made look a bit silly.
You know, sometimes us as casters have to be objective, and this is definitely one of those times.
This is.
This is just one of those times. But Travi, with this, the qualifiers are done. That means that means the big boys are now going to have a say as to what is going to be happening with the Nordic League.
You do indeed have the big boys coming on through. We'll slow down the bracket so you folks at home can actually read it and see what's through. So who's qualified out of today? Well, Solskjaer EU have qualified out of their match-up, going through in towards the next semi. It's like a drum roll waiting for it to appear. It's ongoing. Boo, there's no result. Disappointing. That's trage. But we're getting there, aren't we? And the thing is, you're going to be going up against the really, really strong teams from the previous qualifiers, the likes of, Panahone, who are by far, I think, easily to say, the most competitive-looking team in T2 right now. And fans of Addicts now, with this victory, they're going to have to join them.
This is a scary standing for many teams, and you know what? I think we expected this. I would have also loved to seen many other teams going to this, but you know what? For Nordic qualifiers, Panahune, they're strong, but I don't think they can. You know what? With the performance we just saw,
yeah,
I don't think they are Titans that cannot fall.
Oh no, 100%. The big thing we've noticed in this T2 circuit, and we will get it all year long, is no one is safe. Panahone, they lost 7-0 against Neponen in the final game of yesterday. No one saw that coming. The Giants can bleed. It's the beauty of this circuit. There's a constant David and Goliath. Where we have expectations, they're constantly crumbled. But here for our game, fans of Addicts, they're back on top for now, and they're going to have to prove themselves in towards the group stage. For all of you at home watching the qualifiers, thank you all very much for coming along to the stream. For you, Puffo, for joining us for both games, much appreciated, and Unnamed Gamer as well for carrying us through. As for all of us here from the crew on the Operation Vaknan Community Cast, take care, have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and we will see you next Saturday for the continuation of the tournament in the group stage. Take care, and have a great evening.
What you saw.